Aquí.
Hi, Ms. Martinez, are you the interpreter for today?
Good morning, Your Honor. Fernando Venegas with the Interpreter's Office.
Okay, sorry, I had you under a different name in here. All right, Mr. Venegas, we'll go ahead and do our initial advisement here, and I'll call on that interpreter matter.
Thank you.
All right, good morning. I'm Commissioner Procco. This is the 8 a.m. initial appearance calendar for May 8, 2025.
Muy bien, esta es la vista inicial de las 8 de la mañana y yo soy la comisionada Procco y estamos ahora el día 8 de mayo 2025.
The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA that was provided on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar as well.
Las órdenes tomadas respecto a las huellas dactilares y las muestras del ADN tomadas el primero del mes, de este mes, aplica también a estas listas de causas también.
When you hear your name, please step up to the podium that's in the center of the courtroom.
Cuando escuche que se le llama por nombre, acérquese al atril que está aquí en el centro del tribunal.
At the end of your hearing today, you are going to be receiving paperwork, and that will contain everything we go over in here, which is going to include your next court dates as well as all of your release conditions.
Usted va a recibir papeleo al concluir con esta audiencia. Tendrá todo por escrito de todo lo que se está llevando a cabo aquí en esta audiencia. Recibirá 2 audiencias programadas para el futuro en este documento también y también las medidas cautelares de su libertad.
Please keep in mind you have the right to remain silent. Everything you say in the courtroom is being recorded, both audio and video, and could be used in a future court proceeding.
Tenga en cuenta que usted tiene el derecho a que guarde silencio, porque todo lo que se está diciendo aquí en el tribunal se está grabando por audio y video, y lo que usted diga se podría utilizar en contra de usted en un tribunal futuro.
All right, give me just one moment so I can finish getting logged in correctly here.
Permítame nomás ingresar aquí completamente al sistema.
All right, let's go ahead and have Mariana Flores step in the courtroom.
Muy bien, pásale aquí a la sala del tribunal, Mariana Flores.
And Mr. Venegas, I'll go and let you do your appearance.
Buenos días, señora Flores. Yo lo voy a interpretar. Fernando Venegas with the Interpreter's Office.
And ma'am, please state your full name and date of birth.
Señora, dígame su nombre y también la fecha de nacimiento con los apellidos también.
Mariana Eloísa Ortiz Flores, 4 de mayo de 1999.
Mariana Eloísa Ortiz Flores, May 4th, 99.
Hi, ma'am. You are here for a new case out of the Maricopa County Superior Court.
Bien, señora, estás aquí presente por un caso nuevo que se ha presentado en el Tribunal Superior.
The charges submitted here today are 1 count of shoplift as a Class 4 felony and 6 counts as a shoplift involving the change of a purchase price. Those are Class 5 felonies.
Se le acusa a usted de un punto acusatorio de ratería de tiendas, delito de categoría 4. Y luego también la tarea de tiendas, pero cambiar el precio de estos artículos es un delito de categoría 5. Son
And
6
one
puntos
count of,
acusatorios de esto, perdón.
sorry, Mr. Venegas, and one count of contributing to the delinquency of a minor, that is a Class 1 misdemeanor.
Y tiene un punto acusatorio de contribuir a que haga o que a delinquir más bien, contribuir a delinquir a un menor de edad. Es una falta de categoría 1.
The Public Defender's Office has been appointed in this matter to represent you. You currently have 2 court dates that are going to take place at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix.
Y se le ha nombrado a los abogados de oficio que la representen. Y usted tendrá 2 audiencias programadas y esas audiencias se van a llevar a cabo en el centro de Phoenix, en el Tribunal Superior.
That is a status conference May 22nd and a preliminary hearing May 27th, both at 8:30 a.m.
Y estas audiencias, la primera es una consulta para actualización de la causa y se llevará a cabo el 22 de mayo a las 8:30. Y la segunda es una audiencia preliminar para el día 27 de mayo, ambas a las 8:30 de la mañana.
In this matter, you are being released, but it will be subject to the supervision of pretrial services.
Por esta causa la voy a poner en libertad a usted, señora, pero será bajo la vigilancia de la Agencia de Control de Procesados.
The paperwork you've received there includes instructions for pretrial services that will have their contact information within it because you will have to stay checked in with them while on release.
Y usted, aunque esté puesta en libertad bajo la vigilancia de control de procesados, usted tiene la obligación de comunicarse con ellos, llamarles, ahí tiene la información y los datos de ellos y van a estar ellos al tanto de vigilándola mientras que está en proceso este caso.
Your release conditions do include the terms that you are not to return to the scene of the offense or not have any contact with any complainant or witness involved in this matter.
Y también se le prohíbe de que, o parte de las condiciones que tiene ahí es de que se le prohíbe regresar al lugar del supuesto delito. Se le prohíbe comunicarse con testigos o querellantes.
Do you have any questions regarding any of the information I've gone over at this time?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta de toda la información que he repasado con usted hasta este momento?
No.
No.
All right, ma'am, if you want to go and step over to your left, you can have a seat. Thank you.
Bien, señora, pásele aquí a la izquierda y después tome asiento. Gracias.
All right, Mr. Venegas, could you just check to see if there's anyone else here who does need the assistance of an interpreter? That's the only matter I had marked.
Yes, Your Honor. ¿Alguien aquí ocupará interpretación en español? ¿Alguien aquí no habla inglés y requiere interpretación? Puede levantar su nombre o diga su nombre.
All right, no hands? No hands. All right, looks like that was everybody. I appreciate your assistance today.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Thank you. All right, looks like we are still waiting for the county attorney.
Tommy asked him if he's appearing, and he said he's not for number 16.
He's not appearing on 16, okay. All right, let's go ahead and have Anthony Keaton come in the courtroom then. After that, it is going to be Joseph Pinella. All right, Mr. Keaton, go and state your full name and date of birth.
Anthony Darnell Keaton, Jr., July 31st, 1992.
Thank you. All right, and Mr. Boyle?
Good morning, Your Honor. Lando Voiles on behalf of Mr. Keaton.
All right, thank you. And I did read your notice of appearance. It does look like you are appearing in all further hearings as well. Is that correct? You're going to be attorney of record?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, I will go ahead and put that in here at this time. Let me go ahead and make that change real quick.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, Mr. Keaton, you are here because of new charges that were submitted, so this will be a new case out of Superior Court. The counts that were submitted were 1 count of aggravated assault as a Class 2 felony, 1 count as a Class 3 felony, 1 count of drive-by shooting, Class 2 felony, 1 count of aggravated assault, Class 6 felony, 2 counts of endangerment, Class 6 felony, and 1 count of misconduct involving weapons, also a Class 6 felony in this matter. Mr. Rose, will you give a copy of the Form 4 with the probable cause statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I will let you know I have already reviewed the Form 4 in this matter. I did find probable cause for the charges submitted, but if you want to address probable cause at this time, I'm happy to hear it.
Your Honor, as far as the probable cause aspect of this, I think that there will be an opportunity to argue that at a later date.
Mm-hmm.
However, I also believe that there are some discrepancies, some major discrepancies in the entire addendum to the Form 4.
You're referring to the probable cause statement?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I won't be making any changes. As you indicated, there are future opportunities to address probable cause on this matter, but at least this time the court is finding probable cause for the counts that were submitted. So before I get to the court dates here, we will address release. It sounds like, from what I understand, the county attorney is not appearing today to address it on record. We do have a written recommendation from the state, though, so I'll let you know what that indicates. That does indicate that they are requesting a $100,000 cash-only appearance bond with the additional terms that the defendant not possess a firearm, not return to the incident location or contact any victim, not consume alcohol or ingest any illegal substances, and with the added term of electronic monitoring. Yep. So before I get to that, Mr. Rose, I'll turn it over to you if you want to address release.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, Mr. Keaton is a honorably discharged veteran from the Air Force. He has a very good record. He's no flight risk at all when we're talking about a fear that there's going to be leaving the state. I know in the Form 4 it actually states that he sold his house and planning to move out of Arizona. That's absolutely false. He has no intention of leaving here. He has 5 children here and intends to stay here with them. The fear of danger to the community or danger to the victim is absolutely non-existent. There's no contact at all with any type of victim in here. There's no known address. There's no knowledge of any victim in this case. And we're asking that the bond be set at a reasonable amount, or in the alternative, we're asking for OR and have him return on his own recognizance due to the fact that he's not a danger to the community, he's not a danger to the victim, and he's not a flight risk.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Keaton, I did review your criminal history, which I believe was extremely limited. I think there was some misdemeanor, maybe arrest at some point, but that's about all that I could locate in there, and that would have been from out of state in Illinois. So I did take that into account in reviewing or in determining your release conditions, but I do have to weigh that against the nature of the offense that you're here for. And I'll let you know, based on the probable cause statement submitted, I found that there was substantial information to support the primary charges here that a gun was discharged in this matter, which I believe does present a danger to the community in general, particularly since this appears to be a victim otherwise unknown to you, so you simply did this on a stranger, that appears to be possibly from a road rage incident. For that reason, I do consider you to be a significant danger to the community, and a bond is appropriate in your case. I will let you know I actually started above what the county attorney submitted. Based on the information provided by your attorney, I'll change that a little bit, but I am going to be setting a $75,000 cash-only appearance bond with electronic monitoring to be added as part of those release conditions. Your conditions include the terms that you are not to return to the scene of the offense, you are not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You are not to possess any weapons. That includes in your vehicle, on your person, or in your home. No weapons, period. All right. Given that we've gone over that, Mr. Boyles, anything else you want to add with respect to the release conditions I've just reviewed?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so the dates that I have at this time are going to be a status conference, May 14, with a preliminary hearing, May 16, both at 8:30. Those are going to be at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix. We're going to go ahead and print out that paperwork. I'll get that both to you, Mr. Keaton, as well as to your attorney, so you both have that here. All right, any further, or anything else that we need to address with respect to this matter?
No, Your Honor. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. All right, so it looks like we are too, and Mr. Boyles, if you want to step back there and speak further, you can do that. We've got our
Great.
whole calendar going, so.
Great.
Yeah,
Thank
you can
Judge.
take your time. All right, so we do have Mr. Pinella's matter. Do we have counsel on the line for that?
Yes, Your Honor. Ansel appearing.
All right. All right, thank you. All right, so Mr. Pinella, go ahead and step in the courtroom. And sir, if you could state your full name and your date of birth.
Joseph Angelo Pinella, 02-1703.
All right, thank you, sir. And counsel?
Zachary Ansel for Mr. Pinella, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ansel, I did receive your notice of appearance. I'm going to go ahead and put you down as counsel of record since this matter doesn't otherwise qualify for court-appointed counsel, so I'll just leave you in here at this time. Are you okay with that?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so sir, you are here for a case that is going to be out of the Country Meadows Justice Court. The charges are 1 count of reckless driving, Class 2 misdemeanor, 1 count of excessive speed, Class 3 misdemeanor. So in this matter, they have set an arraignment hearing for you on May 22nd at 8:30. That would be at the Country Meadows Justice Court. Mr. Ansel, I assume you do want to address release in this matter. I'll give you that opportunity now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just briefly, we are requesting OR release. Mr. Pinella is a very young man, and he does appear to have no criminal history that I was able to locate. So this does appear to be an isolated incident.
All right. All right, thank you. And I do recognize this is a traffic offense and misdemeanor charges that are here before the court today. I don't receive a criminal history in this matter, but the Form 4 does not indicate any, so I'm in agreement with that recommendation. You are being released on your own recognizance. That is going to be your promise to appear.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we are going to provide that paperwork. We'll get that, or we're going to email that over to Mr. Ansel too. All right, so we'll get that emailed to you. Mr. Ansel, is there anything else you want to address with respect to this matter?
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, if you want to go ahead and have a seat, we'll get that paperwork to you as well, all right? Thank you both. All right, so we have Quentin Stuckey and then Johnny Sandoval will be up after that. Stuckey, Quentin Stuckey. And it looks like this might be Mr. Sandoval coming up. And if we don't have Mr. Stuckey ready, Mr. Sandoval, you can go ahead and step in just so we can keep it flowing. We'll just need to locate Mr. Stuckey somewhere. All right, sir, if you could state your full name and date of birth.
Johnny Sandoval, 9381.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for a probation violation warrant that was issued, and that is for a petition to revoke filed in your matter alleging a violation of Term 1. So I know you were aware of it. I saw that you had talked to probation about it and
Yes,
actually came in on that.
Yeah, I came in
So-
Ramon.
So in this matter, public defender's been appointed. Revocation arraignment hearing is set May 15 at 8:30. That's going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix.
Okay.
Normally, if you come in and turn yourself in on one of these warrants, I seriously consider release at this time, but yours is a non-bailable warrant. In other words, they're asking that you be held in custody without bond pursuant to Rule 7.2 and 27.7 of the Arizona Rules of Criminal Procedure.
Do you know
I'm not sure if that's because the charge under your Term 1 is a DOC mandatory charge or why that is. I can't address that because I'm not the one that set that warrant, okay?
Okay.
So unfortunately, I do have to hold you without bond at this time due to that.
Okay.
So you're going to have that next court hearing on May 15th. You'll be able to meet with your attorney at that time and figure out if that's going to remain your terms of your release or if that's going to be changed at that time because you'll actually go in front of the probation court at that time, okay? All right, so we'll go ahead and give you that paperwork that'll have that information in it, though. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right, thank you. All right, did we locate Mr. Stuckey?
I got here with us.
All right, so let's go ahead and move on to Adrian Henry. After that, we've got Brian Martinez. All right, Mr. Henry, go ahead and state your full name and date of birth.
Adrian Henry, 11807.
All right, thank you. So you are here for a grand jury warrant that was issued. This is for an indictment that's been filed alleging 1 count of aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You have an arraignment hearing set on May 15 at 8:30 a.m. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. The bond in that warrant is a $75,000 cash-only appearance bond. I am going to be affirming that amount at this time, so you will have that $75,000 cash bond with the additional terms that you are not to return to the scene of the offense if you do get released, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and you're not to possess any weapons if you're out of custody. Do you have any questions regarding that?
We can't make the bond lower, so I already have an $85,000 bond at the moment.
Yeah, this was a bond set by another judge. I don't know the facts of your case other than what was in your grand jury warrant, which did indicate that it was a serious charge that resulted in serious injury. So for that reason, I'm not going to be changing it. It doesn't mean it can't change in the future, one or the other of your bonds, but I don't know anything about your other case here either, so I can't really address that as well, okay? Any other questions? All right, thank you, sir. All right, so we've got Brian Martinez and then Manuel Monroy Pena will be up next.
Your Honor, Quinn Leticia.
Oh, we do have them ready?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so instead of Mr. Monroy, we'll call Mr. Stuckey up next. But Mr. Martinez, if you could state your full name and date of birth.
Brian Martinez, 06-1599.
All right, thank you, sir. You are here for a new case out of Superior Court. This is alleging 1 count of aggravated assault. That's a Class 4 felony, 1 count of disorderly conduct, Class 1 misdemeanor. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set May 14 with the preliminary hearing May 16, both at 8:30, and those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. So in this matter, based on the nature of the offense that you have here, primarily, that being a domestic violence offense that does involve the allegation of impeded breathing, and the fact that it looks like you are currently on probation, but out of a separate county, I am going to be setting a bond in your matter. You have a $25,000 secured appearance bond. If you do post bond and are released from custody, even though you're already on probation, I'm still including pretrial services because I want to add electronic monitoring here given the nature of the offense. Because you're going to have orders here that you are not to return to the scene of the offense or have any contact with the alleged victim in this matter, even if they contact you. So that would include through social media or any other source of contact, okay? Do you have any questions regarding that?
No, it's okay.
All right, if you want to go ahead and step over, you can go ahead and have a seat in there. All right, so Mr. Stuckey, it looks like we're ready for you, and then after that, it will be Manuel Monroy Pena. All right, go ahead and step in the courtroom up to the podium here, sir. And sir, if you could state your full name and date of birth.
I have hearing aids in both ears, and they're not working.
Let me get you the headphones.
They're not working.
Let me give you the headphones.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, is that better?
Yes.
Okay. All right, if at any point you're unable to hear me, let me know and I'll speak up, okay? All right, so you do have 3 separate cases here today. So the first 2 are both probation warrants. One is out of Maricopa County. The other one is going to be out of Pinal County. So with that Maricopa County warrant, that's for a petition to revoke that was filed that alleges a violation of terms 0, which is the interstate compact, 1, 6, 7, and 12. So in that matter, the public defender has been appointed. Revocation arraignment hearing May 15 at 8:30 a.m. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Because that is an interstate compact warrant, you do have to be held without bond in that matter. So you're not bailable for that case. But the Pinal case has the same term on it, okay? So that Pinal warrant is also for the probation violation. In that matter, they've set an arraignment hearing May 13. It's entirely possible that date could change given the fact that you have a Maricopa County date here. I don't know if that's going to happen. I just want to note that just in case it does. But in that case, you are also being held without bond at this time. That's a non-bailable warrant. Your final matter, this is a new matter you were just brought in on. So this is new charges that'll be out of Superior Court. And that's 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs. Those are Class 4 felonies. 1 count of obstruction, Class 2 misdemeanor, and 1 count of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree. That's a Class 3 misdemeanor. So in that matter, the public defender has been appointed. Your court dates are a status conference May 14 with the preliminary hearing May 16, both at 8:30. Since you have those other holds, I just did a placeholder bond there, so you do have a $100 cash bond in that matter. I'm putting that in place so that they know you're in custody in this case, so you do get transported to your court dates. That also could impact your credit for time served, since you would be in custody for that matter too. Do you have any questions regarding any of these three cases?
No.
All right, sir, we'll get you that paperwork so you can go ahead and have a seat. Thank you.
Nope.
All right, now we are to Mr. Monroy, if you could step in the courtroom. And then after that, we do have Sienna Claiborne. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Manuel Monroy Pena, 41393.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for two separate matters today. The first one is going to be for a warrant that was issued out of the Encanto Justice Court. That's in their case TR 2021-131485. So in that matter, the arraignment hearing is set for May 13 at 8:30 a.m. That'll be at the Encanto Justice Court. And in this case, it's now the second warrant issued in this matter. So the bond there has been affirmed. That's a $250 secured appearance bond. Because I did set the bond in that matter, I did also appoint the public defender's office to represent you for that issue as required by Rule 6.1. Your second case we have here is going to be for a new case out of Superior Court. This is alleging one count of misconduct involving weapons, Class 4 felony, one count of assault, Class 1 misdemeanor, and one count of criminal damage, also a Class 1 misdemeanor. So in that matter, the public defender's office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set May 14 with a preliminary hearing May 16, both at 8:30 a.m. In this matter, you do have a bond that's going to be a $1,000 secured appearance bond. If you do post that bond and are released from custody, you're also going to have orders here that you not return to the scene of the offense, that you not have any contact with the alleged victim or any complainant or witness in this matter. You are not to possess any weapons still. And because I do have that no contact order in there, that does mean you are not permitted to reside at the same location as the alleged victim, so you would need to find an alternate residence. If you need to go back in person because you have personal items there that you need to gather, you can only do that in person using a civil standby. That's done by contacting local law enforcement and scheduling it through them. Do you have any questions regarding that?
So I'll be released depending on if I post a bail or not.
Yeah, you do have to post the bond. If you're able to post bond, you would get released in both matters. You just need to make sure you appear at those.
Will they let me do that before I leave here, or how would that?
You do have to do it before you leave. So if you have questions about how to post it, ask the officers in the back. They'll be able to help you. It actually goes through the jail. So you're going to have phones in the next room you go to too if you need to reach out to someone or to even a bonding company.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so we have Ms. Claiborne, and then Anthony Astorga will be up next.
No, she's over here.
All right, Ms. Claiborne, go and state your full name and date of birth.
Yeah, Claiborne, 1798.
All right, you are here for four separate matters today. The first one being a new case out of Superior Court. The charges are one count of possession of dangerous drugs, Class 4 felony, one count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, and one count of criminal trespass in the third degree. That's a Class 3 misdemeanor. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You do have a status conference set May 14 with the preliminary hearing May 16, both at 8:30. That's going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. So in this matter, I am going to be setting a placeholder bond since you are going to have a bond in your probation cases here. So you do have a $50 secured appearance bond in this matter. Your probation cases are also here. Each one is here for a Term 1 violation. So you do have the public defender appointed there as well. And a revocation arraignment hearing set May 15 at 8:30. In that matter, there is a $500 secured appearance bond in each one of those three cases. So it ends up being $1,550 total for all four. If you do post bond and are released, you are still on supervised probation, so you do still need to abide by all terms. That does include contacting probation within 72 hours. Do you have any questions regarding that? All right, you can go ahead and have a seat. It looks like your paperwork is set to go. All right, so we have Anthony Astorga, and then after that, Jason Castle.
All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Anthony Lee Astorga III. 13197.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for two separate cases today. These are both going to be probation violation warrants that were issued in each of your probation matters. There was a petition to revoke filed alleging a violation of terms 3 and 5 of your probation terms. So the public defender's office has been appointed. You do have a revocation arraignment hearing set May 15 at 8:30, and that'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. So in this matter, the bond in each warrant has been affirmed. The first one is $750. The second one is $500. So it's $1,250 total for both. So if you do postpone and are released, you do have the additional term that you do need to contact probation within 72 hours. Since you are still on supervised probation, you have the same term. Do you have any questions regarding that?
No.
All right, thank you, sir.
I'm good.
All right, so we have Jason Castle, and then Dominic Romero will be up next. All right, so your full name and date of birth.
Jason David Castle, 2683.
All right, thank you. So you've got three separate cases here today. All three are your probation matters. So each one is here because a warrant was issued for a petition to revoke filed alleging a violation of terms 3, 5, and 15 of your probation term. So the public defender has been appointed. Revocation arraignment hearing is set May 15 at 8:30. And that'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. So the bond in each one of those warrants has been affirmed. The first one is a $500 bond. The next two are both $1,000. So it's $2,500 total for all three. If you do postpone and are released, it looks like you're on IPS for that level of supervision, so you need to contact within 24 hours rather than 72. All right, do you have any questions about that? All right, we'll get your paperwork there, and then you can go ahead and have a seat. Thank you, sir. All right, so we have Dominic Romero, and then Felicia Slim will be up next. All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Dominic Romero, 4891.
Thank you. You've got two separate cases here today, and these are, again, probation violation warrants that were issued, because in your probation cases, there was a petition to revoke filed alleging a violation of terms 3 and 5 of your probation terms. So the public defender's office has been appointed. Revocation arraignment hearing set May 15 at 8:30, and in each of those, the bond and the warrant's been affirmed. It looks like the first one is a $750 secured, well, let me make sure I'm right. It looks like the first one's $250, the next one is $750. So it's $1,000 total for both. If you do end up posting bond and you are released from custody, you are still on supervised probation, you do still need to contact probation within 72 hours and otherwise comply with those terms. Okay. Do you have any questions regarding that? All right, if you want to go ahead and step over, you can go ahead and have a seat at this time. Oh, it looks like your paperwork's ready to go too. Right there. Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, so we have Felicia Slim, and then Christian Anthony is going to be up next.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Your full name and date of birth?
Felicia Slim, age 1278.
All right, thank you. So you have two separate matters here, both of which are probation warrants.
Yes,
in each of those probation matters, there was a petition to revoke filed back in November alleging a violation of terms 3, 5, and 15. So the public defender's office has been appointed. Revocation arraignment hearing is set May 15 at 8:30. And in each of those matters, the bond and the warrant's been affirmed. The first is $750, the next is $250, so also $1,000 total for both. If you do postpone and are released, since you're on IPS for the level of supervision, you do need to contact probation within 24 hours rather than that standard 72. Do you have any questions about that? All right, if you want to go ahead and grab your paperwork there, you can go ahead and have a seat. Thank you, ma'am. All right, we have Christian Anthony, and then Bonnie Basam will be up after that. All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Christian Anthony, October 6, 1995.
Thank you, sir. So you've got a new case out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. The charges are 1 count of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, which is a Class 3 misdemeanor, and 1 count of aggravated assault, that's a Class 5 felony. So the public defender's office has been appointed. A status conference is set May 14 with the preliminary hearing May 16, both at 8:30, and that'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. I do show you already have a parole hold or a DOC hold in place, so that is going to hold you in custody either way, but I did set a bond in this matter, which is a $500 secured appearance bond. I just want to give you a heads up about that hold, because even if you post the bond, you'll still remain in custody, okay? Any questions regarding that?
No.
All right, sir, if you want to go ahead and step over, you can go ahead and have a seat, but all that information will be in that paperwork as well. All right, so we have Bonnie Basham and then Adrian Hopkins up after that. Do we have Ms. Basal? Oh, okay. All right, ma'am, if you could state your full name and your date of birth. All right, thank you, ma'am. So you are here for a bench warrant that was issued. It's for a failure to appear in CR 2025-104372. So in this matter, you have a status conference set May 14 with the preliminary hearing May 16th, both at 8:30, and those would be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. The bond in your warrant's been affirmed, so that's a $500 secured appearance bond. So that's the amount you'd have to post to be released prior to that next court date. So you'll get that information in your paperwork as well, but do you have any questions regarding it? All right, thank you, ma'am. You want to hang on just 1 second, okay? All right, so we've got Mr. Hopkins up next. After that, it is going to be Ramon Resentencing. Hey, Mr. Hopkins, go and state your full name and date of birth.
Adrian Maurice Hopkins, February 14, 1974, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. So you are here for a probation violation warrant. That's for a petition to revoke that was filed in your probation matter alleging a violation of terms 3 and 15 of your probation term. So the public defender has been appointed. You do have a revocation arraignment hearing May 15 at 8:30. That's going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. The bond in your warrant's been affirmed. This one is a $500 secured appearance bond. So if you do post bond and are released from custody, you are still on supervised probation, so you do still need to abide by the terms you were provided. And that does include contacting probation within 72 hours.
Yes.
Do you have any questions for me at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. If I could speak to you offline once you get done with everybody else, and I also just,
I'm not able to do that. No.
Okay, I just want to let you read this real quick. If I can have
that's something for the probation court. It's not something for your IA hearing, because it's not going to be anything I can put on record, and I can't just read something privately.
Well, it's actually dealing with the probation actually, and I've been working working with it. If I can just give you like a minute of time just to read it.
It's not something that we do here today at IA court. That's something, if you need to go through your attorney, and they can provide it to the probation court judge.
I mean, Your Honor, all due respect, ma'am, I've done that, and I've gotten nowhere with them, ma'am. I was wanting to speak with pretrial services. They didn't have me on the list, whatever.
You don't go through pretrial services because you're on probation.
I mean,
that's different.
That's exactly what this is dealing with. And I've been here a few times already, and they OR'd me. I mean, mainly where they didn't even see me on probation.
You've already been reinstated a couple times on probation.
Yes, ma'am. If I can just get like a minute of your time to speak with you, just a minute, ma'am. Please.
That's not the way this works here. I'm only seeing you on the warrant.
Yes, ma'am.
With respect to any of your probation issues, that goes through the probation court.
Okay.
You need to speak with your attorney about anything you have. I can't take anything that you have and privately read it, because we don't even have a way to upload those things into the record. So that's just not the way it works here. All right? If you want to go and take your paperwork, you can go and step over, hang on to what you have there, and continue to give that to your attorney.
What would you advise me to do, Your Honor? I mean, like, what
you have an attorney to advise you. That's who you need to be speaking with regarding any legal advice. I can't give you any legal advice. You need to speak with your attorney.
Your Honor, I've been working with this. I've been on probation since 2021 mainly, and I'm like. And I got discharged from probation as of last year in April 2024. One of the DOs out there gave me the paperwork mainly. I mean, I was discharged off probation I shouldn't even be on probation.
I'll let you know your warrant indicates you are reinstated in December, so December of 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
And your probation currently ends in February of 2026. So again, these are things you need to speak with your attorney about.
It's not just the same one. I was discharged, and then another probation was brought up right after that.
You've been on probation for this matter since November of 2023.
November of 2023.
That is correct.
Okay,
all right, so you can go and have a seat. So these are issues you need to talk to your attorney about. This is a probation issue. I'm only seeing you on the warrant.
I was arrested. I should have violated the terms of the probation of 2021 if I was on probation already, Your Honor. I mean, like.
Again, you need to speak with your attorney. All right, go ahead and have a seat and hang on to your paperwork so you can provide it to them. All right, so we have Ramon, Resendez, and then Jimmy Henry is going to be up after that. All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Ramon F. Jr., date of birth 10/8 of 85.
All right, so you were here for a new case out of Superior Court. This is alleging one count of burglary in the second degree, that is a Class 3 felony, one count of criminal trespass in the first degree, Class 6 felony, and one count of criminal trespass in the third degree, which is a Class 3 misdemeanor. There are multiple dates of offense ranging between January 17 and May 7. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set on May 14 with the preliminary hearing May 16, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In this case, you do have a bond that is a $500 secured appearance bond with the additional orders that you not return to the scene of the offense. You not have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness in this matter, and you are not to possess any weapons while on release. Do you have any questions regarding that?
No.
All right, go ahead and step over. You can go ahead and have a seat. And then we'll have Jimmy Henry up next, and after that, Hassan Garrett. All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Jimmy Henry, 11/30/61.
All right, thank you, sir. So you've got two separate cases here today. I'll start with the probation violation warrant that you have, which was for a failure to appear in your probation matter. And you now have a non-witness violation hearing set on May 15 at 8:30 a.m., so at the same location in downtown Phoenix. And in this matter, the bond in that warrant's been affirmed. So this is a $50 cash-only appearance bond. You do have the same orders here that you were given last time you came through, that you not have any contact with any, or that you contact probation within 72 hours, rather. Now, your next case is your warrant that was issued out of the Peoria Municipal Court. So in that matter, you've got an arraignment hearing May 13 at 9 a.m. at the Peoria Municipal Court. The bond there has been affirmed. That's a $250 cash-only appearance bond. Since I did set the bond in that warrant, I did also appoint counsel to represent you for that issue as required by Rule 6.1, but that'll be handled by the Peoria Municipal Court. When you get there, they'll address that.
So I can bond out today?
You are bondable in both. So it's $300 is your bond.
Okay.
For both of those.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so we have Hassan Garrett and then Jonathan Strobe up after that. All right, Mr. Garrett, go and state your full name and date of birth.
Hassan Garrett, 10/18/73.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for two separate cases today. I'm going to start with the new matter that just came in. This is for one count of possession of dangerous drugs. That's a Class 4 felony. One count of possession of drug paraphernalia. That's a Class 6 felony. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You do currently have a status conference set on May 22nd with a preliminary hearing, May 27th, both at 8:30, and that's going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. I know you're currently on probation. I did take a look at your probation notes, and it does appear that you have remained at least in contact with probation. It's for that reason I'm going to be releasing you today to appear at your next court date. You are being released on your own recognizance, but you are still subject to the supervision of your probation officer. So within 72 hours of your release, you do need to notify probation and continue to comply, okay? So your second case here is that probation matter. It's here for the Term 1 violation, so it's for the new offense. So in that matter, you've got the public defender appointed as well. Revocation arraignment hearing May 15 at 8:30. Same release conditions. I'm releasing you subject to their supervision. So just keep in mind, I just gave you two different sets of court dates. That probation matter is the one that's coming up first, okay? Any questions regarding that?
I have to go to Country Meadows Court at May 15th at 8:30.
So if you have another court date at that time, contact your probation officer and let them know about it. You can always try and contact Country Meadows too to see if you can get a change, because I can't change the dates here.
All right, no problem.
Those get automatically assigned here.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so we have Jonathan Strobe and then Joseph Young will be up next. Yep, right there. And Mr. Strobe, if you could state your full name and date of birth.
Jonathan Strobe, July 22nd, 2000.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. The charges are one count of possession of narcotic drugs. That's a Class 4 felony. One count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. The public defender has been appointed to represent you. You have a court date that's a status conference May 22nd, preliminary hearing May 27th, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't show you have any other criminal history, and I'll also take into account the nature of the offense. You are being released on your own recognizance. It's going to be your promise to appear.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions regarding that?
No. How long does it take after this to?
You can ask the officers in the back what it's looking for, but it can sometimes take up to like 4 to 6 hours. It just depends on how many they still are processing out.
Okay.
And I don't know what the status is at this time.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have Joseph Young, and then Patrick Hendricks will be up next.
Young, Joseph Young. What are you?
All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Joseph Perry Young, 12/21/1967.
All right, thank you, sir. You're here for a warrant that was issued out of the El Centro Justice Court. That's in their case number JC 2024-150680. They've set an arraignment hearing for you on May 22nd at 8:30, and that's going to be at the El Centro Justice Court. I think I released you last time. You didn't appear at that next court date, but this is your first warrant issued in this matter for a misdemeanor case, so I'm going to give you another shot to appear. You are being released on your own recognizance.
Yes.
It is going to be your promise to appear.
I'm not
I'm just going to warn you, if you fail to appear on May 22nd, it's likely another warrant will issue. You probably won't have the same one.
Your Honor, I will not let you down.
All right. Thank you.
I felt so bad about that because I was so aware that I was so here. And it was something so silly. It was my girlfriend, but she's my girlfriend. I'm like,
Yeah, you got another shot. So just make sure
Thank
you're
you.
here, okay?
I will not let you down.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So we've got Mr. Hendricks. Sonny Marafo will be up next. All right, Mr. Hendricks, go and say your full name and date of birth.
Meshach Hendricks, 12/10/97.
All right, thank you. So you're here for a new case out of Superior Court. In your matter, it's for one count of possession of drug paraphernalia. That's a Class 6 felony. That's the only count I was able to find probable cause on here today. They did submit a second count for possession of dangerous drugs, which I did not find probable cause on. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You have a status conference set May 22nd with a preliminary hearing May 27th, both at 8:30. And that'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. And in this matter, you are being released on your own recognizance. It is going to be your promise to appear. Do you have any questions regarding that?
No, ma'am.
All right, sir, if you want to go and step over, you can go and pick up that paperwork. All right, so we've got Sonny Marufo and then Anthony Bradshaw up after that. All right, full name and date of birth.
Sonny Christopher Marufo, date of birth 7/16/1989.
All right, thank you. So you are here for a probation violation warrant that was issued. That's for a petition to revoke filed that alleges a violation of terms 3, 4, 5, 7, and 15 of your probation term. So the public defender has been appointed. You do have a revocation arraignment hearing set May 15 at 8:30. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Based on the otherwise nominal bond, the small bond that they put on your warrant, in addition to the fact that I don't see you have any other prior reinstatements, I am going to release you to appear at that next court date on your own. You are being released on your own recognizance, but you are still subject to the supervision of your probation officer. Within 72 hours, you do need to contact probation. All right?
Okay.
Do you have any questions regarding that?
No, I don't. I've heard that I also have another court at 10. I don't know
you've
what.
got Phoenix then. He has Phoenix. Yeah, so you've got Phoenix Court. That's a completely separate court from here, okay? I don't know what it is. I don't have any information on it, but you're going to have to see that judge about what goes on in that case.
All right. Is there anybody after I walk just this way? Is there anybody that I can talk to for any recommendation or any advice?
No, I mean, unless you have an attorney that's over there at the time, no, you're just going to go in front of the judge and they'll be able to provide you the information. If you have questions about their case, ask them.
This is wonderful. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So we have Anthony Bradshaw and then Carol Vu will be up next. All right. Sir, your full name and date of birth?
Anthony Ray Bradshaw. Date of birth is 11/28/1991.
All right, thank you, sir. So you're here for a new case out of Superior Court as well as your 2 probation matters. So for the Superior Court case, the charges are 1 count of tampering, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, which is a Class 3 misdemeanor. Those are the counts I was able to find probable cause on. There is an additional count for possession of narcotic drugs that I was not able to find probable cause on, which doesn't necessarily mean it's going away, but I was not given enough information today. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You have a status conference at May 22nd with a preliminary hearing May 27th, both at 8:30. And in this matter, based on a review of your probation notes, which did indicate that you are still at least in contact with probation at this time, I am going to release you to appear at that next court date on your own. You are being released on your own recognizance, but you are still subject to the supervision of your probation officer. So within 72 hours of your release, you do need to notify probation. You need to contact probation and otherwise comply with the rest of your terms.
Yes.
So your probation matters are also on the calendar today. Those are for Term 1 violations. So it's the new offense. That's what's triggered the Term 1. So in both of those matters, a public defender has been appointed as well. Revocation arraignment hearing set May 15 at 8:30. And in each of those, I'm doing the same release conditions. You're being released on your own recognizance, subject to probation supervision. Do you have any questions regarding that?
No, I do not. Thank you.
All right, sir, if you want to go ahead and step over, you can go ahead and pick up that paperwork there. All right, so we have Carol Vu and then Devana Tjo. All right, ma'am, your full name and date of birth?
Carol Vu, August 22nd, 1989.
All right, thank you. So you're here for a new case out of Superior Court. The charges are 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. Those are the 2 counts I was able to find probable cause on here today. There is an additional count of possession of dangerous drugs that I was not able to find probable cause on. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going away, but I was not given enough information. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You have a status conference set May 22nd with a preliminary hearing May 27th, both at 8:30, and that'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. The address is going to be on your paperwork. And in this matter, you are being released on your own recognizance. It is going to be your promise to appear. Do you have any questions about that? All right, ma'am, if you want to go and step over, we'll get you your paperwork over there in a moment. We've got Devana Tjo. All right, ma'am, your full name and date of birth?
Devana Tjo, 12/15/1996.
All right, so you are here for a new case out of Superior Court with the charge being 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. Those are the 2 counts I found probable cause on here today. There was a 3rd count submitted for possession of dangerous drugs that I did not find probable cause on, which again doesn't necessarily mean it's going away, but I was not given enough information today. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You have a status conference set May 22nd with a preliminary hearing May 27th, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. And in that matter, you are being released on your own recognizance. It is going to be your promise to appear. Do you have any questions regarding that?
No.
All right, if you want to go and step over, you can go and pick up that paperwork that's over there, so you can have a seat. All right, so let me go ahead and put on our house calls before we call our last matter, since we need to wait for some clear.
Yeah.
So we've got Michael Robert Hagerman, date of birth 12/3/75. Looks like he is a house call due to being, was it Napa?
Yeah.
All right. Shoot, Marissa, I forgot your note here too. Of course. So in that matter, he's got a arraignment hearing set May 27 at 9 a.m. And in this case, this is the first warrant issued, so he is being released on his own recognizance. Marissa, I'm going to change this. For some reason, I have the public defender appointed in this matter, which is incorrect. So let me go ahead and make that change, and it's been signed again. All right, so then we have Edward Turry, date of birth 9/9/97. I show he is a safe cell due to being on suicide watch. So he's here for a bench warrant issued for a failure to appear in CR 2023-101549. In that matter, arraignment hearing is now set on May 15 at 8:30, and the bond in the warrant's been affirmed. That is a $1,000 secured appearance bond.
These are all staying. Yeah. Yeah. This will take your life. Just me and her doing both courts.
No, you're totally fine.
We'll talk to you in a minute. You've got a lot of stuff going on, so when we get you moved, we'll be able to talk to you, okay?
I don't even have all my people yet.
The big stack thing, I don't want to.
Everybody out, let's go.
She's gonna talk to you, just ask her. She's been here longer than me, she knows what she's talking about. Gentlemen, let's go. Bring it up. Come on, man. I'll put you out of here. All right, Your Honor, we're off there.
All right. Mr. McCray, go and step in the courtroom up to the podium. And sir, if you could state your full name and date of birth,
Jerry Gerard McCray,
and your date of birth.
June 1st, 1983.
All right, thank you, sir. So you're here for a new case out of Superior Court, and this is alleging 1 count of indecent exposure, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, that's a Class 6 felony. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set May 14 with the preliminary hearing May 16, both at 8:30, and those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Based on the nature of the offense that you have here, as well as the fact it looks like you were just through here, I think in a Phoenix case though, you do have a bond in this matter. That's a $500 secured appearance bond. You also have the additional terms that you are not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness in this matter, and you cannot go back to that location. You can't go back to that Chick-fil-A. Do you have any questions regarding that?
Man, will I be able to go home to my mother?
So you have a bond, you have a $500 bond that would have to be posted prior to your release. If you're able to post bond, you would be eligible for release, assuming you have no other holds out of a separate court. If you're unable to post bond, then you would remain in custody, being transported to your court dates.
I have $1,200 in my Bank of America account. I'm willing to pay it, but I don't have the card.
That's not something I can assist you with. You'll have access to phones in the back if there's someone you can call to assist you with that, but that's not anything I can help you out with. All right. You want to go and step over, though? All that information will be in that paperwork there. All right. So I show, yeah, we already did our house calls. All right. So that's our last matter. So I'm going to go ahead and turn off the recorder.
You could lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand? Here.
Yes, I agree.
All right, you're all done for today, Mr. Cota.
Yeah, thank you. Christopher.
Your Honor, this is the count. This is Neil Poster for the state. Sound check. Do you have me?
I'm sorry. What, Mr. Poster?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Forgive me. The mic was being difficult this morning. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, sir. Tell me your name.
Christopher.
Mr. Swank, you are here on multiple matters out of Tucson City Court, including a petition to revoke probation, You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. This is the time to set your conditions of release on these charges and your petition to revoke probation. I am going to enter on your petition to revoke probation denials of the allegations at this time. I am going to appoint the City Public Defender's Office to represent you on your probation matter as well as the new charges. The petition to revoke probation tells me that you were placed on probation for a period of 12 months beginning February 4th of 2025. The allegations that you violated probation include the failure to complete a CSM intake, failure to complete substance abuse evaluation and treatment, and failure to complete a psych evaluation and treatment. Again, I'm entering denials on your behalf as to those charges. It does look like you have failures to appear on other charges outside of your petition to revoke probation involving drug paraphernalia. Your conditions of release on all of these matters today, Mr. Swank, are going to be a $500 cash bond. If you post that bond, you're not allowed to return to any of the incident locations or have contact with any of the victims of the charges in your probation matter. Do not return to the incident location. If you can't post the bond, then you'll continue to be held and you'll be seen by Judge Cranshaw on May 16th at 1:45 in the afternoon. That's going to be a video review hearing. Someone from the Public Defender's Office for the city should be out to talk with you before that hearing so you can try to get all of these matters resolved. If you do end up posting that bond, you'll get your paperwork when you get released. If you do get out of custody before that May 16th date, Mr. Swank, your next court date is going to be June 9th at 2:30 in the afternoon. And again, if you do get released, they'll give you your paperwork so it'll have that date and time. Do you understand all those conditions of release that I've imposed today?
There's no way in hell I could post that bond.
Then you'll remain in custody and be seen via video on May 16th by Judge Cranshaw. You're all done. You're all done for today, Mr. Swank.
Hacker, Dave?
Hey, that's yes. Morning, ma'am. Tell me your name.
Kaylee Thacker.
Ms. Thacker, you are here on Tucson City Court charges involving assault, criminal damage, and disorderly conduct. These are all domestic violence offenses. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. This is the time for your initial appearance when we set your conditions of release for these charges. This is also the time for your arraignment on this matter. I am going to enter not guilty pleas on your behalf to all three charges. You are presumed innocent. I've had an opportunity to review some information that pretrial services prepared, tells me a little bit about you and the circumstances of the offense. If I release you today, Ms. Thacker, will you promise to appear at a court date that I give you in the future?
Yes.
All right. It looks like pretrial was able to contact your spouse in this matter, and he is not objecting to your release and does want further contact with you. So at this time, the only condition of release you will have is not to commit any acts of domestic violence. Do you understand those conditions of release?
Yes.
Your next court date is going to be June 3rd at 1:30 at Tucson City Court. That will be in front of Judge Million. You do have to appear at that date and time. When you get released later today, you're going to get a copy of your paperwork that'll have the date, time, and also the address for where you need to appear. It is important that you show up for that hearing. If you don't, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. They could also go forward with that hearing in your absence and set future hearings, including a trial in your absence. If you get convicted at that trial and can't be sentenced within 90 days, you could lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand all those consequences if you fail to appear?
Yes.
All right, you're all done for today, Ms. Thacker. Hi, sir. Tell me your name.
Wyatt Harvey Hinton.
Mr. Henton, you are here today on charges of internal damage. You do have the right. You have the right to remain silent on these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney. I am going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you have an attorney seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. We're here to set your conditions of release on this matter. I've had an opportunity to review some information provided by pretrial services. That report tells me a little bit about you as well as the circumstances of the offense. I've also had an opportunity to review the state's recommendation. They are asking for a $2,500 bond in this matter. Mr. Poston, did you need to be heard further?
No, Judge.
Mr. Palzer?
It's indicated via pretrial that this is a nonviolent offense. I think that pretrial services would be sufficient to ensure his appearance at any prior hearing.
Give me just a second. The computer is not cooperating, so I have to log back in.
If it makes you feel any better, mine blanked out too. So I maybe it's all of us. I would add there's no criminal history indicated in the report also.
That's what I was looking for. I couldn't recall on this one, so I was trying to get back to that one. All right. Mr. Henson, I am going to release you to pretrial services today. You are going to have to stay in contact with that agency. You must participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. This is an alcohol-related offense, so you will be required to test to them, and that is a requirement for you. You are not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol, obviously no illegal drugs. Do not drive without a valid license, and you can't have any firearms while this case is going on. You also cannot have any contact with the victims in this matter. Do you understand all of those conditions of release?
I do.
Your next court date is going to be May 28th at 1:30. That is a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not occur, but you're expected to show up at all future court dates. And if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Because you're going to be out of custody, it will be very important for you to stay in contact with your attorney so you are aware of any court changes. Do you understand that?
I do.
And do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Yes.
You're all done for today, Mr. Henson.
Thank you.
Hey, look, get your hands off me. Please keep your hands off me. If you touch me again, I will turn this goddamn world on the creator, playing up the goddamn breath. You'll tell me I'm drunk.
Hi, sir. Hi.
I ain't your goddamn church. I'm a daughter of a goddamn nigga.
Hi. Good morning.
I'm a piece of goddamn thing. What the fuck you mean? I gave you life.
Can you
and
tell,
I can't get it.
Can you tell me?
Quick to shut up.
Sir, can you tell me your name?
Alan, you did one new season, huh? The creator of the goddamn world. My name is goddamn Malachi.
Sir, if you want to tell me your name, we can go forward with these proceedings today. If you don't do that, we're just going to have you come back again tonight to see if you're willing to cooperate.
Alan Jane Mamba.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. So you are here today for your initial appearance. We need to talk about setting conditions of release today on charges of criminal trespass. And
I didn't trespass.
hang on.
I'm the boy.
Hang on. So you have the right to remain silent on all of this, and anything you say can and will be used against you. So your charges are criminal trespass and drug paraphernalia. I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on your behalf to all 4 of these charges today. You are presumed innocent. We need to talk about your conditions of release. If I release you on these charges today, Mr. Linebarger, will you promise to show up at city court so that you can take care of it?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to release you today on these charges. You can't go back to the place where they've alleged that you did the criminal trespass. I know you guys have muted him, but I can't hear him.
I can't shut. I was like, look, trespassing that damn bus stop.
Okay, well, here's the thing.
Tell me I can't ride on the damn bus.
So, Mr. Linebarger, I'm going to release you so you can go to Tucson City Court in the future and tell them all about what you just told me. But I need you to not go back to that bus stop. Will you promise to do that?
I will not travel without stepping on the damn bus stop.
You can't.
I tell you, I promise it without breaking.
Well, then I can't release you. Then you're going to have to.
Okay, I promise. But I bet y'all won't break it.
Well,
damn. You promise not to put your goddamn hands on me. Y'all made a promise of a Bible that said, do unto others, do unto you. I'm the creator of the world. Well, y'all get your goddamn...
Mr. Linebarger,
Georgina!
Mr. Linebarger, if you want to keep yelling and you don't want to finish this hearing, you're going to have to come back and stay in jail. So
okay.
I need you to just listen to a couple more things, okay? If you break your promise not to go back to that bus stop, then you can be rearrested. I just want you to understand this. You had a hearing in city court on June 4th. We're going to vacate that hearing today. And your new hearing in city court is going to be June 9th at 9:30. And that's going to be in front of Judge Hale. When you get released today, you're going to get a copy of your paperwork that's going to have your date and time for your court appearance so you know where you need to be. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
All right. If you don't show up for that June 9th hearing, Mr. Linebarger, I do need to tell you that they could issue a warrant for your arrest. They could also go forward with that hearing in your absence and set other hearings, including a trial. If they set a trial in your absence and you get convicted, you could also lose your right to an appeal. Do you understand all those consequences if you don't show up for court?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for cooperating, Mr. Linebarger. Mr. Linebarger, thank you for cooperating today. You're all done for today, sir.
Hey, Tim.
They can make that decision if they want later. Good morning, ma'am. Tell me your name. I need the jail to unmute for me, please. Hi, tell me.
Reese Mendoza.
Miss Mendoza, you were here today on a few different matters. You're here for a matter out of Pima County Justice Court for possession of drug paraphernalia. We also have some city court matters that we need to talk about. You do have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. We're here to talk about your conditions of release today. I'm going to start with that paraphernalia charge out of Justice Court. If I release you today, Miss Mendoza, will you promise to show up at a court date that I give you in the future at Justice Court?
Yes.
Do you have a place to reside right now, ma'am?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
All right. Let me see. I have an address on Haskell Drive. Is that a good address for you?
Yes.
All right. So I am going to release you on this charge out of Justice Court today. You will need to appear back in Justice Court on May 19th at 8:30 in the morning. You do need to appear at that date and time, and if you fail to appear, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. When you get released later today, Miss Mendoza, you're going to get a copy of your paperwork. Make sure you take that because it's going to have that court date and time and the location where you need to be, all right?
Ma'am.
All right, we need to talk about your city court cases now. It does look like you failed to comply with some conditions in your city court case. And the court did issue a warrant for your arrest. In that matter, I am going to appoint Mr. Grinkowicz to represent you. And then if I release you, Miss Mendoza, today, you have to go to justice or to city court on May 16th. Will you promise to do that so you can get this taken care of?
Yes, please.
If you don't show up on that date, I'll give you some more information in a minute. They're going to issue another warrant. You're going to find yourself back in jail and you probably won't be released next time. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So we are going to appoint Mr. Grinkowicz just since you had him before. So I am going to do that. And your next court hearing is going to be May 16th at 1:45. And that's going to be in front of Judge Verena. Hang on a second. I want to make sure that's the right date. Ms. Mendoza, we're trying to find a court date a little bit sooner for you so you can get into city court and get this taken care of. So bear with me while we get you a different court date. Hang on.
Yes.
That's all right, ma'am. We're going to do May 21st is actually going to be your court hearing at 9:30 in the morning. That is going to be in front of Judge Verena.
Okay.
All right. You do need to appear at that time, Miss Mendoza. If you don't, they're going to issue a warrant for you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. You're going to get your paperwork, and then Mr. Grinkowicz should be in touch with you. Do you remember Mr. Grinkowicz at all?
Yes.
We'll see if we can find his phone number, and we're going to write that on the paperwork for you too. So when you get released, you'll have his phone number on there. All right.
Thank you.
All done for today, ma'am. If you can put Green Switch's number on, that might help. Hey, sir, tell me your name.
1713.
Mr. Burton, you are here today on charges of aggravated assault. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. I'm going to appoint the legal defender's office to represent you, and you have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. We're here to talk about your conditions of release. I have had an opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services on this matter. I also had a chance to review information from the state regarding your conditions of release. They're asking for a $10,000 bond. Mr. Poston, did you want to be heard further?
Your Honor, looking at the... Your Honor, this isn't involving a simulated weapon, but it's absolutely certain that the victims didn't know it was simulated. This is incredibly dangerous. He's got a history of violent behavior, felony charges, and looking at mandatory time. What I'm seeing here is this person's behavior poses a risk to the community. Thank you.
Mr. Palzer?
Judge, any, I guess what we might call criminal history, all of that is juvenile charges. He has no adult charges showing at all. This was, according to the assessment that we get pre-trial, this involved a BB gun. I agree. I mean, it can be charged under the simulated weapon, but, it's certainly not like it was an actual firearm. So I would ask the court to release him to pretrial services on this case.
I am going to note the age of the victims in this case. They were both minors, and that is concerning to the court, given the conduct. So, Mr. Burton, I am going to impose a bond in this case of $5,000 cash or secured today. If you do post that bond, then you'll be released to pretrial services. If you do get released to pretrial services, you will need to participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you are not allowed to have any firearms or weapons. You are not to have any contact with the victims in this case, and do not go near the incident location. And that will be the victims or their representatives, given that they are minors. Do you understand all those conditions of release?
Yeah.
Your next court date is going to be May 19th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not occur, but you're going to be responsible for showing up at all future court dates. And if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. You stay in custody, the jail will make sure to transport you to the next hearings. If you do bond out, you need to stay in contact with your attorney so that you don't miss court. You understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Yeah.
We're all done for today.
Okay. Let me go back down. Let's see.
Hi, tell me your name.
Jaden Cote.
Mr. Cote, you are here today on felony charges involving third-degree burglary. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. I'm going to appoint the legal defender's office to represent you today, and you have counsel seated with you for purposes of these proceedings. We're here to talk about your conditions of release on this charge. I have had a chance to review some information provided by pretrial services. That report tells me a little bit about you and also the circumstances of the offense. I've also had an opportunity to review the state's recommendation. They're asking for a $2,500 bond in this case. The court is inclined to release to pretrial services. Mr. Poston, do you need to be heard further?
Given the court's inclination, no, Your Honor.
Mr. Palzer?
Judge, that would be fine. Thank you.
So, Mr. Cote, you're going to be released today to pretrial services. You are going to be required to stay in contact with that agency, participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol, no illegal drugs, and no firearms or weapons while this case is going on. You are also not going to be allowed to return to the U of A. Are you a student there right now?
No, ma'am.
All right, so there's no reason for you to be there. Do not return to the incident location. There are victims there and you can't be there, so you need to stay away from that area. Do you understand those conditions of release?
Yes, sir.
Your next hearing is going to be May 28th at 1:30. That's a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not occur, but you are responsible for showing up at all future court dates, and if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. You will be out of custody, so it's going to be important that you stay in contact with your attorney so they can let you know if there's any changes in that court date. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're all done.
Your Honor,
Yes.
before he goes, Your Honor, would the court be willing to include verbiage in the do not return to any location owned or operated by the U of A with the exception of any medical facility?
I mean, he's not allowed to return to the University of Arizona campus. As I understand it, this was the stadium. So I think if he stays away from that campus, that's going to be the court's order, the U of A main
Very well.
campus.
Very well.
All right, Mr. Cote, you're all done for today.
Thank you, Your
Bob?
Hi, ma'am. Tell me your name.
Karen Marie Fox.
Ms. Fox, you were here today on charges of criminal damage and endangerment, a couple of counts of endangerment. These are felony offenses. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. Today, I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. We're here to talk about your conditions of release. I've had an opportunity to review some information provided by pretrial services. I've also had a chance to review the state's recommendation. They are asking for a $1,500 bond. Mr. Poston, did you want to be heard further?
Your Honor, simply based on the distance, the defendant apparently lives in Flag.
I am inclined to release to pretrial services. She will obviously need to appear for hearings. Mr. Pulser, did you want to add anything?
No, Judge, that would be appropriate. Thank you.
So, Ms. Fox, I am going to release you to pretrial service today on these charges. You are not to have any contact with the victim in this incident. You are not, well, let me see. You have to participate in any monitoring or treatment that pretrial services directs you to. This is an alcohol-related offense, so they're going to require you to do some testing. You need to participate in that. You are not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol, obviously no illegal drugs, do not drive without a valid license, and you can't have any firearms while this case is going on. Do you understand all those conditions of release?
I do.
Your next court date is going to be May 28th at 1:30. That's a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not occur, but you're going to be responsible for showing up at all future court dates, and if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Because you'll be out of custody, it's going to be important for you to stay in contact with your attorney so you don't miss your court dates. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
I do.
You're all done for today, Ms. Fox.
Judge, if we could, Judge, we'd ask that the standard condition be modified that she be allowed to reside in Flagstaff. The residence was verified by her spouse through pretrial, and that she be allowed, obviously, to travel back and forth for court appearances or whatever pretrial wants.
So, Ms. Fox, you will be permitted to live in Flagstaff while this case is going on, since that is your residence. However, if you are not allowed to drive, you're going to have to figure out how you're going to get back and forth for those hearings. But as you heard me tell you, you are not allowed to drive without a valid license. So, however it is that you need to get back and forth, I will permit you to reside in Flagstaff, but you are going to need to be here for your court appearances. Do you understand all of that?
I do.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Pulser?
No, thank you, Judge.
You're all done, Ms. Fox.
Thank you.
Gonzalez?
Hi, sir. Tell me your name.
Ruben Gonzalez.
Mr. Gonzalez, you're here today on charges of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. This is a domestic violence offense. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. Today, I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. You have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. We are going to talk about your felony case first, but we also have a city court matter involving a charge of harassment by communication. That's also a domestic violence offense. So we're going to talk about that one here in a moment. I've had the opportunity to review some information provided by pretrial services. That report tells me a little bit about you as well as the circumstances of the offense in this case. I've also had a chance to review information provided by the state with respect to conditions of release. They are asking for a $25,000 bond in this matter. That is the court's inclination here today. Mr. Poston, did you want to be heard further?
Given the court's inclination, Your Honor, no.
Mr. Palzer?
Judge, I would point out to the court that any criminal history looks to be fairly old. The offense dates would go back to 2014 and 15. And I would ask that he be supervised by pretrial and required not to reside with any alleged victim in this case.
Mr. Gonzalez, I am going to impose a bond today of $25,000. That is a cash or secured bond. If you post that bond, then you'll be released to pretrial services. If you get released to pretrial, you have to participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol, obviously no illegal drugs. You can't have any firearms while this case is going on. To the extent that you own firearms, you must surrender those to law enforcement. Your attorney can help with that. You can't commit any further acts of domestic violence and do not have any contact with the victim in this case. That order is going to apply to you while you remain in custody at the Pima County Jail. You may be given access to phones, tablets, other ways of communicating. The order of no contact with your girlfriend, Miss Mize, is not permitted at this time. If you do get released, you also can't return to the incident location or anywhere near where she is living or working. Do you understand all those conditions of release, Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your next court date is going to be May 19th at 1:30. That's going to be a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not occur, but you're going to be expected to show up at all future hearings. And if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. If you remain in custody, the jail will make sure that you appear either via video or they'll transport you for your next hearing. But if you postpone and get released, it's important you stay in contact with your attorney so they can let you know of any court date changes. Do you understand the consequences for failing to appear on that felony case?
Yes, Your Honor.
We now need to talk about the misdemeanor charge, the harassed by communication. This is the time for your initial appearance and arraignment on that. I'm going to enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf. You are presumed innocent. I am going to appoint the City Public Defender's Office to represent you in that case. Same conditions of release. Commit no acts of domestic violence. You're not allowed to have any contact with the victim. Do not return to the incident location or the victim's residence. I just need to get some dates. Give me one moment. We are going to set a video review hearing date for May 14th at 1:30 p.m. If you post your bond, you are going to be required to show up in city court on May 14th at 1:30 as well. I am going to impose a $100 cash or secured bond on the misdemeanor case. And as I've indicated, the City Public Defender's Office is going to be representing you. So whether you post bond and get released or you stay in custody, that May 14th date will happen at 1:30. If you stay in custody, the jail will make sure you appear via video, much like you're doing here today, and your judge will be Judge Million. Same thing if you don't appear, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. In the city court case, I also need to tell you that if you don't appear, they could go forward with that hearing on May 14th, set other hearings, including a trial. And if you get convicted at that trial and can't be sentenced within 90 days, you'd also give up your right to an appeal. Do you understand those consequences for failing to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
You're all done for today, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you. Jose, Anthony.
Tell me your name.
Yes, Curtis, go say.
Mr. Grosse, you are here today on charges of a narcotic drugs for sale, dangerous drugs for sale, prohibited possessor, possessing a firearm during a narcotics offense. You do have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney on this matter. Today, I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you do have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. I've had an opportunity to review some information provided by pretrial services on this matter. Tells me a little bit about you and also the circumstances of the offense. What I've also been told is that you do have a DOC hold. So regardless of what I do here today, given your status with them, you're not going to be released until that matter is resolved. As to conditions of release, counsel, I am inclined to impose a bond today of $10,000 cash or secured. Mr. Poston, did you want to be heard further?
Only to correct on the state's recommendation, 2 firearms, not 3. Apologies.
Mr. Palzer?
Judge, I just simply asked for a nominal bond given the Department of Corrections hold.
I am going to impose a bond today of $10,000 cash or secured. If you get your DOC matter resolved, sir, and you post that bond, then you'd be released to pretrial services on this case. You do have to participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms. Your next court date is going to be May 19th at 1:30. That's going to be a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not occur, but you are responsible for showing up at all future court dates. And if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. First, Mr. Grosse, do you understand the conditions of release I've imposed here today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear for your hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And if you remain in custody, the jail will make sure that you appear for your next court date, either via video or transport you. All right. You're all done for today.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a nice day.
You too.
Dolores.
Hi, sir. Tell me your name.
John Levesque.
You are here today on charges of possession of a narcotic drug, possession of a dangerous drug, and possession of drug paraphernalia. These are felony charges. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney. Today, I am going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. I've had an opportunity to review some information that pretrial services provided to the court. It does tell me that you are on probation currently in 2 cases, so you're being held on that until you get seen in superior court on your probation matters. So while we're here to talk about your conditions of release today, regardless of what I do in this case, you're going to be held until those probation matters can get resolved. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. In light of that, I do intend to impose a $1,000 cash or secured bond and talk with him about the STEPS program. Does either counsel need to be heard further?
No, Judge.
No, Judge.
All right. So, sir, if you would like to participate in a pre-indictment diversion program for these charges and agree to get some substance abuse treatment, if you qualify for that program and you do complete substance abuse treatment and the requirements, the state would not go forward with these felony charges against you. Is that something you'd like to participate in or see if you're eligible for?
Yes.
All right. So we're going to set a hearing for you next week. It's going to be May 15th at 9 o'clock. If you are still in custody, the jail is going to transport you to that hearing. You're going to see Judge Hampson in Superior Court. There'll be someone from the public defender's office there. Pretrial services will be there. And you'll also have some service providers right there in the courtroom that if you are eligible, you'll be able to sign up and meet with those providers in the courtroom so that you can get going. I do know you'll have this probation matter. So usually these cases kind of work in conjunction. Today, I am going to impose a $1,000 cash or secured bond. If you do post that bond, then you'd be released to pretrial. On this case, you do have to participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You are not allowed to have any alcohol and no drugs. You also can't have any firearms. All of that's going to be the same as what you're on probation for now. Do you understand all those conditions of release?
Yes, I do.
All right. And since he's going to remain in custody, we're not going to waive time on the PH. So I'm going to set the preliminary hearing date for May 19th at 1:30. So that's going to be your next court date in this case. If you do qualify for the STEPS program and participate in that, I'm sure that that date will change. But you have to show up for all your future hearings if you do get released on your probation matter and you post bond and get released here. If you don't show up for court, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
All right. That's all for today, sir. Hi, tell me your name.
Alex Noriega.
Mr. Noriega, you are here today on charges of theft of means of transportation, possession of a narcotic drug, and possession of drug paraphernalia. These are felony charges. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you today, and you have counsel seated with you for purposes of these hearings. We're here to talk about your conditions of release. I will also tell you that we have some city court warrants that we're going to need to talk about as well when we're done with the Superior Court cases or the Superior Court charges. I've had a chance to review some information provided by pretrial services, Mr. Noriega. That report tells me a little bit about you as well as the circumstances of the offense. It does look like your city court matters. There are multiple failures to appear for warrants in those cases. And those go back to 2023. Since we're here to talk about conditions of release on these charges, I've had a chance to review the state's recommendation as well as reviewing the pretrial services report. The state's asking for a $3,500 bond. I am inclined to impose a bond given the failures to appear in the amount of $2,500 cash or secured. Mr. Poston, did you need to be heard further?
No, Judge.
Mr. Palzer?
Judge, the record does indicate that his felony history, I guess, only is back to 2018. So I guess that's like 7 years without charges, and then one in 2016. So pretty limited history. Pretrial did get some information from him regarding being a lifelong resident of Tucson. So based on that, I'd ask for pretrial release on the felony case.
I am going to impose a bond on the felony case today of $2,500. That's going to be a cash or secured bond, Mr. Noriega. If you post that bond, you're going to have to be released to pretrial services, which means that you have to stay in contact with that agency as they direct. Participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms while this case is going on. Your next court date in that felony case is going to be May 19th at 1:30. That's a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not occur, but you are expected to show up at all future court dates. And if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. If you post bond and get released on the felony, you do need to stay in contact with your attorney so they can let you know of any court date changes. If you remain in custody, the jail will make sure that you get to your next hearing, either via video like you're doing here today, or they'll transport you to court. Do you understand the conditions of release that I've imposed here today?
Yeah.
And do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear on your felony case?
Yeah.
We now need to talk about your Tucson City Court matters. You're here on warrants for assault, disorderly conduct, possessing prescription drugs, drug paraphernalia, and criminal trespass. You do have the right to remain silent on all of those charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I am going to appoint the City Public Defender's Office to represent you in the city court cases. I am going to impose a bond in all of your city court cases of $250. That is going to be cash or secured. Your next court date for city court is going to be a video review hearing on May 16th at 1:45 in the afternoon, and that's going to be in front of Judge Cranshaw. If you get released, if you post both your felony bond and this bond and get released, your court date is going to be June 5th at 9 o'clock in the morning. You are not to return to any of the incident locations or have any contact with the victims in those Tucson City Court matters. Do you understand your conditions in the city court case, Mr. Noriega?
Yeah.
And if you fail to appear on June 5th, if you get released, they're going to issue another warrant for your arrest. If you remain in custody, that May 16th date will be via video in front of Judge Cranshaw. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Yeah.
You're all done for today. Hi, sir. Tell me your name.
Ethiopia.
Mr. Pena, you are here today on charges of domestic violence, aggravated assault, using a deadly weapon, disorderly conduct, and discharging a firearm within city limits. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. I've had an opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services on this case. I've also had a chance to review the state's recommendation. We're here to set your conditions of release. The state is asking for a $50,000 bond. Mr. Poston, do you want to be heard further?
Moment. Your Honor, in the course of a fight, the defendant not only drew a weapon, but he threatened to kill his own father, and then he went out and actually discharged the weapon. God only knows where the bullet ended up. Could have killed somebody. Your Honor, this person is a continuous risk to the victim, and the state is quite worried about flight. $50,000.
Mr. Pelzer?
Judge, he has absolutely no criminal history showing. And at least in our update that we get from pretrial, they indicate that according to the arresting agency, the allegation would be that he went outside, as in away from the alleged victim, and discharged a pistol in the air. So obviously that's not at somebody. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's a good thing to do, but it's certainly not directed directly at somebody, which would be a lot more concerning. And given absolutely no criminal history, I think it would be appropriate to release him to pretrial services in this case.
Your Honor, just to be clear, I didn't say he shot at his father. I said he pointed the weapon at his father and then left the building and then discharged the weapon in the air. So God knows where the bullet went.
So, Mr. Pena, I am going to impose a bond in this case. It's going to be a $15,000 cash or secured bond. If you do post that bond, then you're going to be released to pretrial services. If you get released to pretrial, you're required to participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms while this case is going on. If you have any other firearms and you get released, you do need to surrender those to law enforcement. You are not going to be allowed to have any contact with your father at this time. Do not go anywhere near where he is living or working. If you get released, do not return back to that incident location. That order of no contact, Mr. Pena, does apply to you while you remain in custody at the Pima County Jail. You may be given access to phones, computers, tablets to have contact with others, but you are not allowed to have any contact with him. Do you understand all of those conditions of release?
Yes.
Your next court date is going to be May 19th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not occur, but you're expected to show up at all future court dates. And if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. If you remain in custody, the jail will make sure to transport you to your next hearing, or you'll appear via video like you are today. But if you do get released, it's your responsibility to stay in contact with your attorney to make sure you're aware of any court date changes. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Yes.
You're all done for today.
Peterson.
Hi, tell me your name.
Hello, I'm Jack
Peterson, you are here today on charges of third-degree burglary. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. This is a felony offense. You are entitled to an attorney in this matter. Today, I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you do have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. The court has had an opportunity to review information from pretrial services. That report tells me a little bit about you as well as the circumstances of the offense in this case. I've also had a chance to review the state's recommendation. The state is asking for a $5,000 bond. I am inclined to release to pretrial services, as I did with the co-defendant. Does either party wish to be heard further?
No, Judge.
No, Judge, thank you.
So, Mr. Peterson, you are going to be released today to pretrial services. That means you have to stay in contact with that agency. You have to participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol, obviously no illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms while this case is going on. You are not going to be allowed to return to the incident location. Do not go back to the U of A main campus. Are you a student?
I'm not a student.
Okay. Do not go back to, you don't go back to the U of A campus for any reason. Do you understand?
Yes, I have a question. I stay within like 0.8 miles of the campus. So how would it work if I'm driving through it, like not on campus, but I'm driving around the campus? Would I still get in trouble for that? Because that's like just how I like drive around.
Do not step foot on the campus for any reason. So drive around, you live 0.8 miles away, absolutely no reason you should be on the U of A main campus. So do not go there. Don't drive through there. Don't do any of that. Do not go does that clarify what you've just asked me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So the victim is the University of Arizona as a result of the conduct. So you're just not allowed to return to that incident location. And I'm including all of the U of A main campus. Do you understand all of those conditions?
Yes, I do.
Your next court date is going to be May 28th at 1:30. That's a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not occur, but you're expected to show up at all future court dates. And if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Okay. You're going to be out of custody, so it's going to be important for you to stay in contact with your attorney so you're aware of any court date changes. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Yes, I understand.
You're all done for today.
I have one more question.
Okay.
Sure. Never mind. It's not important.
Okay. You're all done for today.
Yeah. You're good. Thank you.
Hi, sir. Tell me your name.
My name's Curtis Radke. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. So, Mr. Radke, I have information that the state is going to dismiss the charge of aiming a laser pointer at a peace officer here today. That case will be dismissed without prejudice today, and you will be released. Does the state have anything they want to add?
No, Judge.
Mr. Palzer, anything?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, Mr. Radke, you're all done for today. This matter's been dismissed without prejudice. It means the state could refile if they want at some later point, but as of today, you're released and the matter's dismissed, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Rivera.
Hi, ma'am. Tell me your name.
Marisol Rivera.
Ms. Rivera, you are here today on a charge of possession of a dangerous drug. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. Today, I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. We're here to talk about your conditions of release. I've had an opportunity to review some information provided by pretrial services. That report tells me a little bit about you and also the circumstances of the offense. Based on the nature of the charges, Ms. Rivera, you may be eligible to participate in a pre-indictment diversion program. If you agree to participate in substance abuse treatment and you're eligible for that program and you successfully complete it, the state would not go forward with this felony charge against you. Is that something you're interested in doing?
Yes.
In light of that, I'm inclined to release Ms. Rivera to pretrial, give her a steps hearing date. And Mr. Pauls, are you willing to waive time for the preliminary hearing?
Yes, Judge, given all that.
Mr. Poston, anything to add?
Nothing at all.
Ms. Rivera, you're going to be released today to pretrial services. Do you have a place that you can go? Do you have a house that you're living in right now or an apartment somewhere you can stay?
Yes, I live in California.
Okay, well, you're going to have to reside in Arizona for a bit. Do you have someplace here you can stay?
Yes.
Okay. Your next court date is going to be May 15th at 9. That's going to be next week. And that's going to be on the 3rd floor of Pima County Superior Court in front of Judge Hampson. That's the day that you will go and figure out whether or not you're eligible to participate in this drug treatment program. Your attorney will be there, pretrial services will be there, and there'll also be substance abuse providers from our community that will be present in the courtroom if you qualify, so you can get signed up. You are going to be released to pretrial, which means you have to stay in contact with that agency, participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol, obviously no illegal drugs, and no firearms while this case is going on. So you do need to reside in the state of Arizona until further order of the court. Do you understand all of those conditions of release?
Yes.
When you get released later today, if you need assistance with services or housing here in Arizona, there's something called the Transition Center that's right there on the jail property. If you follow the blue line when you get out of the jail door, as soon as they open that door, look down on the ground and there's a blue line that will take you to the Transition Center. It's a white trailer on the corner of the property with a blue sign. They have a great staff there who may be able to assist you with housing or getting you connected with other services, including substance abuse treatment between now and the date of your hearing. Normally, the state would have 20 days to file this criminal charge, but since we're waiting to see if you're eligible for this program, we're going to waive some time for your next court date, which is the preliminary hearing. So after that hearing next week, which is really important for you to go to, your next court date scheduled currently is going to be June 23rd at 1:30, and that's the preliminary hearing. You need to show up for all your hearings, Ms. Rivera. If you fail to appear, they could issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Yes, I do.
All right, you're all done for today, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Sanchez.
Hi, ma'am. Tell me your name.
Yes, Sanchez.
Ms. Sanchez, you are here today on charges of criminal damage, DUI, extreme DUI, a couple of counts. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. I am going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. And you have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. Ma'am, I have your name as Sylvia Sanchez Cota. Is your name hyphenated?
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, I need to see your face. Look at me for a moment, please. Okay.
Oh.
All right. So we are here to talk about your conditions of release today. I've reviewed some information provided by pretrial services. I've also reviewed the state's recommendation. They are asking for a $7,500 bond in this matter. Mr. Poston, did you want to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Palzer, I will tell you the court is inclined to impose a $5,000 cash or secured bond on this one.
Judge, I would continue to ask for pretrial release. I see 0 felony criminal history. I see no misdemeanor DUI arrests under the report. Department of Transportation shows a valid driver's license. There's a verified address that pretrial verified with a family member who offers support. And I think I mentioned no criminal history. Given that, I mean, I think she's more than appropriate for pretrial service release and an order not to drive without a valid license.
So ma'am, I am going to release you to pretrial services today. You are going to need to participate in any monitoring or treatment pretrial services directs. They are going to require you to participate in monitoring, given that this is an alcohol-related offense. You are not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol, no illegal drugs, do not drive without a valid license, and you can't have any firearms while this case is going on. Do you understand all of those conditions of release?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your next court date is going to be May 28th at 1:30. That's a preliminary hearing. You are expected to show up at all your future hearings. If you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Because you're going to be out of custody, it's important for you to stay in contact with your attorney. If you fail to stay in contact with your attorney and the court date changes and you miss it, they're going to issue a warrant for you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You also have an additional condition of release of not returning to the incident location. That's where the victims are of the criminal damage, and you can't go back there. Do you understand that as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're all done for today.
Thank you. I have one question. So my license is not suspended, right? I'm allowed to drive?
I can't answer that question for you. So you are not, my order today is don't drive without a valid license.
Your Honor, given the breadth of the BAC on this one, the state would request and urge the court to modify this to no driving whatsoever.
She can't drive without a valid license. So that's what I'm going to say in that order stance. You're all done, ma'am.
Yeah, we'll do you later.
Santiago Brennan. Yeah.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I didn't need to talk to the judge. British Becky.
Oh, sure.
Hi, Your Honor. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay. This is a reference the Curtis Radke that had gone just a few minutes ago.
Okay.
The sheriff wanted to explain kind of what happened so you'd be aware. So essentially there was a laser strike that had happened the night before, and deputies had made the arrest believing it was Mr. Radke, and it was not. That's why we're dropping the charges on him and we're taking him home.
Okay.
So I know you're already aware of it because it's dismissed, but they still wanted me to come in here and talk to you, explain to you why.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, thank you. We know that they were dismissed. I didn't know the reasons why, but okay. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. Do you have any questions right now?
I do not.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hi, tell me your name.
Brandon Santiago, Your Honor.
Mr. Santiago, you are here today on a charge of aggravated criminal damage. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney. In this matter, I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you today, and you do have counsel seated with you for purposes of this hearing.
Okay.
We're here to talk about your conditions of release today. I've had an opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services. That report tells me a little bit about you and also the circumstances of the offense. I've also had a chance to review the state's recommendation. Sounds like they're recommending a $7,500 bond in this case. I am inclined to release to pretrial. Mr. Preston, did you need to be heard further?
Your Honor, it's been alleged that he shot what turned out to be a BB gun at a mosque. The state finds this incredibly disturbing, given the victim in this case. The fact that it was a house of worship is extremely troubling, and the defendant's statements within the pretrial statement that he didn't know simply just don't hold water. So this looks like a deliberate attack on a house of worship, Your Honor.
So I will note that the interim does indicate that while he did live next door, he did not know that it was a mosque. That's the information he provided. And it doesn't look like there was any other damage to the building. So I am going to release to pretrial. Mr. Palzard, is there anything you want to add?
No, Judge, thank you.
So, Mr. Santiago, you're going to be released today to the custody of pretrial services. You're going to be requiring monitoring or treatment they direct. You do have to stay in contact with that agency whenever they need you to call and check in. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol, obviously no illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms while this case is going on. Mr. Palzer?
No problem. Judge, I don't know what happened, but while you were reciting the terms, the computer cut out.
Okay.
So I know you didn't get to hear all the release terms. Sorry. I'm not a computer guy. I can't tell you what happened.
No, that's great. I appreciate you letting me know because I did not have any indication. So, Mr. Santiago, you're released to pretrial, which means you have to stay in contact with that agency. Whenever they tell you you need to stay in contact, you need to do that. You have to participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. While this case is going on, you're not allowed to have any alcohol, obviously no illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms while this case is going on. If you have any firearms in your possession, you do need to surrender those to law enforcement. Your attorney can help you with that. You are not going to be allowed to have any contact with the victims in this case. So that's going to be the mosque, and you cannot return to that incident location. You may live next door, but you should not be setting foot on, go near, absolutely stay away from the incident location. Do you understand all of those conditions of release?
Yes, I do, Judge.
Your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. That is on May 28th at 1:30. That date may or may not occur, but you're expected to show up at all future court dates. And if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Because you're going to be out of custody, it's important you stay in contact with your attorney. So if the court date changes, you know when that is. Do you understand?
Yes, I do. Sorry, I do have a question real quick. I'm sorry.
Okay.
How do I get in contact with my lawyer? Do I need to talk to, who I need to talk to during pre-trial after this, or how does that work?
They'll give you that.
Oh, okay, no problem. Sorry about that. You didn't know for sure.
Yep. Nope. I think Mr. Palzer just answered that question for you. So you do understand the consequences if you fail to appear for your hearing?
Yes, I do, Judge.
You're all done for today.
No problem. Appreciate you. Thank you. You have a good day.
You can go back now. Where? Like home. What else?
Hi, ma'am. Tell me your name.
It's Trejo.
Ms. Trejo, you are here today on charges of possession of a dangerous drug and possession of drug paraphernalia. Those are felony charges. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. We're also here to talk about a city court matter involving a failure to appear on a shoplifting case. We're going to talk about your felony case first. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you in this felony case, and you have an attorney seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. I've reviewed some information provided by pretrial services. Based on the nature of these charges, Ms. Trejo, you may be eligible to participate in a pre-indictment diversion program. If you qualify for that program and you agree to participate in substance abuse treatment, if you successfully complete the program, the state would not go forward with these felony charges. Is that something that you're interested in doing?
Yes.
All right. So with that, counsel, I'm inclined to release her to pretrial. Mr. Pauls, are you willing to waive time for the PH?
Given the steps, yes, Judge.
Mr. Postman, did you need to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So, ma'am, we're going to set a hearing for you for next week, May 15th at 9 a.m. That's going to be at Pima County Superior Court on the 3rd floor. You're going to see Judge Hampson. Okay. At that hearing, your attorney will be there, pretrial services will be there. There'll also be substance abuse treatment providers right there in the courtroom. So if you qualify for this program, you can sign up and get going right then and there. Today, I'm going to release you to pretrial services. You will be required to stay in contact with that agency, participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You cannot have any alcohol, obviously no illegal drugs, and no firearms while this case is going on. Do you understand all of those conditions of release?
Yes.
I am showing an address for you on Felicio Way. Is that a good address for you?
That's Casilla Way, 5426 South Casilla Way.
And that's a good address for you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
That's where me and my children live.
Okay. So that hearing next week, again, very important. If you don't show up, then the state's just going to go forward with these charges. So you have to be there to make sure that you're eligible to participate, okay?
Yeah.
And then normally the state would have 20 days to file formal charges against you. But since we're waiting to see if you qualify for this STEPS program, the pre-indictment diversion program, we're going to set your preliminary hearing out a little bit farther. That's going to be June 23rd at 1:30.
Okay, so wait, what is that?
The preliminary hearing is when the state will file formal charges against you. So if you don't qualify for the pre-indictment diversion program, or if you don't show up, the state has until that June 23rd date at 1:30 for that preliminary hearing to go forward with the charges. Okay? And that's giving them a little bit more time to see if you're eligible for the program. You have to show up for your court hearing. If you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand that?
I'll be there.
Good.
Right.
And then we need to talk about your Tucson City court case next.
Okay.
There's a warrant for a shoplifting charge. I'm going to release you, but you have to go to city court.
Okay.
So your next court date at city court is going to be June 16th at 9
Okay.
a.m. That's going to be in front of Judge Maldonado. When you get released today, you're going to get a copy of your paperwork for city court. You're not allowed to return to the incident location. Wherever that shoplifting occurred, there are victims there and you can't go back there. Do you understand those conditions of release?
Yeah.
All right. And then your next court date, June 16th, you do have to appear at that date and time. If you don't, they're just going to issue another warrant for you. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear for that hearing?
Yeah.
All right. You're all done for today.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Thank you.
Hi, tell me your name.
Yeah, Willard.
Mr. Wilhorn, you were here today on charges of possession of a narcotic drug for sale and possession of drug paraphernalia. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney on this matter. I am going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing. We're here to talk about your conditions of release today. I've had an opportunity to review information provided by pretrial services. That tells me a little bit about you and also the circumstances of the offense. I've also had a chance to review the state's recommendation. It looks like they're asking for a $7,500 bond. Mr. Poston, did you want to be heard?
No, Judge.
Mr. Palzer?
Judge, I indicated in the report the last charge was approximately 10 years ago. So he hasn't had anything within that period of time. 24-year resident of Tucson, has a place and an address and is currently employed part-time. So given all of that, Judge, I think the pretrial service would assure appearance in this case.
So, Mr. Wilhorn, if I release you to pretrial services, you're going to have to stay in contact with pretrial, your attorney, and show up for court. Promise you'll do all of those things? All right.
Absolutely.
I am going to release you to pretrial today. Your conditions of release involve staying in contact with pretrial, participating in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You are not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol, obviously no illegal drugs, and you can't have any firearms while this case is going on. Your next court date is going to be May 28th at 1:30. That's a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not occur, but you're expected to show up at all your future court dates. And if you don't, they're going to issue a warrant for your arrest.
Absolutely.
Do you understand all the conditions of release I've imposed today?
I completely understand, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear for your hearing? Good. Stay in contact with your attorney because if that date changes, that will be the person to let you know. All right, you're all done for today. Hi, sir. Tell me your name.
Bruce Winkler.
Mr. Winkler, you are here today on a charge of aggravated DUI, driving on a suspended license. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. I am going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you do have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. We're here to talk about your conditions of release. I've had a chance to review a pretrial services report that tells me a little bit about you and also the circumstances of the offense. I will note that there is a city DUI case also pending and has been, it looks like, since August of 2024. There is another court date scheduled for June 2nd on that matter. I've also had a chance to review the state's recommendation, and they're asking for a $7,500 cash or secured bond at this time. Mr. Poston, did you want to be heard further?
State submits on the written record.
I am inclined to impose a bond on this case. Mr. Palzer, did you want to be heard?
I understand that. I would say, he has no felony criminal history whatsoever. There is obviously pending the one city court matter that the court already referenced. And it does show he's been in the Tucson area for 30 years. So given all that, I think that, to assure his appearance at court, that pretrial would be sufficient.
I am going to impose a $5,000 cash or secured bond today, Mr. Winkler. If you do post that bond, then you'll be released to pretrial. If you get released to pretrial, you're required to participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. This is an alcohol-related offense. You will be required to test with them. That is a condition of your release. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol, no illegal drugs. Do not drive without a valid license. And you're not allowed to have any firearms while this case is going on. Do you understand all those conditions of release?
Yes, sir.
Your next court date is going to be May 19th at 1:30. That's a preliminary hearing. That court date may or may not occur, but you're expected to show up at all future court dates. And if you fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. If you do remain in custody, the jail will transport you, or you'll appear via video, much like you're doing here today for your next hearing. If you post bond and get released, you do need to stay in contact with your attorney so you're aware of any future court date changes. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
You're all done for today. Hi, sir. Tell me your name.
John Zavala.
Mr. Zavala, you are here today on charges of aggravated DUI, not having an interlock device, dangerous drug possession, drug paraphernalia, and also some matters involving failing to appear in Tucson City Court. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have the right, hang on. You do have the right to an attorney in this matter. I am going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you have counsel seated with you for purposes of the hearing here today. There is a warrant that was issued for you on this AG DUI interlock device that has a $2,500 bond amount on it. It does look like that was the case that was originally filed and then later dismissed and now refiled. Looks like a summons was mailed to an address for you, and when you didn't appear for your arraignment, that warrant issued with the $2,500 bond amount on it. I've reviewed information the state has provided. They're asking for a $7,500 bond. Mr. Poston, did you want to be heard further?
No, Judge.
Mr. Palzer?
Judge, I'm a bit concerned. I've seen a few of these lately where it's an old charge, and it was dismissed, obviously. I know there's a big backlog for testing, so the state dismisses these cases, and then, when it gets tested, they refile. And given that procedural history, all they did was send out a summons. I have no proof whatsoever that this gentleman was served with that, or that he received that, or that he was aware of the court date. So, given that, Judge, I would ask the court to consider releasing him to pretrial services it does look like, originally there was $1,000 bond plus pretrial. This has been pending a long time. I'd ask you to be simply released to pretrial today.
And I will note that there's matters in Tucson City Court that he's also failed to appear on. We have 2 separate warrants out of Tucson City Court for him failing to appear. So while I do appreciate the circumstances involving the dismissal on the felony case, the court does have concerns with Mr. Zavala not appearing for court hearings given the city case. So Mr. Zavala, I am going to impose the $2,500 cash or secure bond amount that's on the warrant that's listed. If you do get released on that bond, if you post the $2,500 because it is cash or secured, then you'll be released to pretrial services. You do have to participate in any monitoring or treatment they direct. You're not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. Do not drive without a valid license, and you can't have any firearms while this case is going on. Do you understand all those conditions of release? Mr. Zavala? I don't know. Mr. Palzer, can you hear me?
I can't.
Okay. And you heard everything that I just said?
I did.
Okay, Mr. Zavala, if you don't answer me, I can't confirm that you're understanding what I'm saying. Okay. Your next court date is going to be May 15th at 1:30. That's an arraignment. You do have to appear for that arraignment. If you stay in custody, the jail will make sure you appear via video, much like you're doing here today. But if you post bond, you have to appear. They're going to issue a warrant for your arrest. Do you understand the consequences if you fail to appear?
Yes.
We also need to talk about your city court cases for failing to appear on warrants involving criminal trespass, possession of prescription drugs, drug paraphernalia, and another criminal trespass. 2 different cases and 2 different failures to appear. I am going to release you on your city court matters, appoint the city public defender's office, and set what's called a non-transport review hearing for you on June 20th in that matter at 9 a.m. And that's going to be in front of Judge Maldonado. Again, don't possess or consume any alcohol. Don't drive without a valid license. Do you understand your conditions on the city court case?
Yes.
And if you do remain in custody, someone from the public defender's office should be out to talk with you about this before that court hearing on June 20th. But if you get released, you do have to show up at that date and time or they'll issue another warrant for you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You're all done for today, Mr. Zavala. Yeah. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. Bye, Mr.
Hey, Your Honor.
Bye, Mr. Poston.
All rise.
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. Fernando Venegas with the Interpreter's Office.
Good morning. Give me 1 second to get logged in here. First, nobody logged me out. All right, this is the 11 a.m. initial appearance calendar for May 8th, 2025.
Esta es la vista inicial del día 8 de mayo 2025 a las 11 de la mañana.
The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the 2 a.m. calendar on the 1st of this month will also apply to these hearings.
También la orden tomada respecto a la toma de las huellas dactilares y también la muestra del ADN tomada el 1 de este mes a las 2 de la mañana aplica a esta lista de causa también.
Mr. Hector Torres, will you please come to the podium?
Señor Héctor Torres, pásele adelante a la tril.
All right here, sir. All right, sir, may I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Julio 11,
Muy bien,
1982.
señor. Dígame su nombre y también apellidos y la fecha de su nacimiento, señor.
Julio 11, 1982.
July 11, 1982.
And your name?
Héctor
¿Y
Torres.
su nombre? Héctor Torres.
Héctor Torres.
All right, thank you. You are before the court on 2 warrants in your probation cases.
Señor, está ante el tribunal por 2 órdenes de aprehensión por 2 casos de quebrantamiento del régimen a prueba.
In each of your 2 cases, there were petitions to revoke your probation filed back on April 14th of this year.
El 14 de abril de este año se había presentado revocatoria de ambos casos del régimen a prueba, señor.
Those petitions allege that you violated terms 3 and 5.
Y estas peticiones indican que usted quebrantó los acuerdos del régimen a prueba del 5 y el 3.
You will receive copies of those petitions from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you.
Usted, señor, recibirá copia de estas peticiones y también le voy a nombrar a un abogado que lo represente.
Your next court date for both cases will be May 15th at 8:30 in the morning in the Downtown Probation Court.
Y la próxima audiencia, señor, será a las 8 de la mañana, el día 15 de mayo, en el tribunal del centro de Phoenix, en el downtown, para el quebrantamiento del régimen a prueba.
In number 31 on the calendar, which is the Class 4 felony case, you are held without bond pursuant to Arizona law.
Señor, respecto a la causa de lista 31, es por un delito de categoría 4 del quebrantamiento del régimen a prueba. Con esta causa no podrá salir bajo fianza, según la ley de Arizona.
In the other case, I am affirming the $250 secured appearance bond that was set by the probation court in that case.
Y respecto a la otra causa, se confirmará la fianza. Es de $250 del régimen a prueba.
But you should not try to post that bond if you are still being held without bond in the other case.
Pero, señor, no trate de depositar esa fianza porque a usted también todavía lo está reteniendo aquí bajo la otra causa que tiene.
Everything you need to know will be on your paperwork, and the officer will hand you your copy. You can step out to your left. Thank you.
Señor, todo lo necesario que tiene que saber está por escrito en el papeleo que va a recibir. Pásele aquí con el agente, a la izquierda.
All right. Can the interpreter make a general call for me? I think that's everybody, though.
Yes, Your Honor. ¿Alguien aquí ocupa interpretación? ¿Alguien aquí no habla inglés? Diga su nombre, levante su mano si no habla inglés.
Okay, looks like that's everybody. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Your Honor. Likewise.
All right, let's continue on with Mr. Jax, Sean Jax, if you'll come to the podium. And then, officer, is that
Yeah, copy that.
All right, so we'll do Mr. Jacks first. We'll go ahead and do Mr. Jacks, and then we'll do Mr. Mendez's case. All right, so we're going to do this one first because I already called him up, and then we'll do your case. Okay, thanks. All right, sir, may I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Sean Jacks, 10/26/89.
Thank you, Mr. Jacks. You are before the court on two matters. One is a new case. One is a probation hold. In your new case, you were arrested for 2 allegations of aggravated assault as Class 4 felonies, that is on law enforcement officers. 1 allegation of arson as a Class 4 felony, disorderly conduct, criminal damage, and assault. Those are all misdemeanors. The court does find probable cause for all of those allegations, and I am appointing a lawyer for you both in this case and in your probation case. You remain on probation for a Class 6 felony, and the probation department will be filing a petition to revoke your probation based on this new arrest. So you will have a lawyer in that case also. Your next court dates will be slightly different for these 2 cases. The first one will be a status conference in the new case only on May 14th at 8:30 in the morning, with a preliminary hearing on the 16th of May, also at 8:30 in the morning. In between those, you will go to probation court on the 15th of May, also 8:30 in the morning, for a revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition hearing. All 3 of those hearings will be in the downtown Superior Court. The address will be on your paperwork. All right, in your probation case, the court does find there is a substantial probability, in all reasonable probability, you will be revoked to prison in your probation case. So you do not have bail at all. You are held without bond in your probation case. In the new case, the aggravated assault case, your bond is $50,000. It is secured with written conditions as well that include absolutely no contact with any alleged victims, no going to the scene of the alleged crimes. You can't live there while the case is pending, no contact with the arresting officers, no weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You have to contact your case manager within 24 hours of release. Now, you are still held without bond in your probation case, so you may wish to consult with your lawyer before you think about trying to post bail. All right, the officer is going to have your paperwork for you. He'll hand you that. You can step out to your left. Thank you. All right, let's get them in here. I don't know why she went back in there. Okay, there. All right, go ahead, ma'am. Here she comes. And then there's going to be Tommy Mendez. After that will be Jose Muniz. If you want to, Mr. Muniz, if you want to please go wait at the chair. Right.
Can I close it?
All right. Let me get the camera. All right, this is going to be number 1 on the calendar. Go ahead, sir. Full name and date of birth, please.
Tommy Leo Mendez, 12/22/01.
Thank you. And then the appearance of the state, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Stephen Garcia on behalf of the state.
Thank you. And defense.
Rebecca Montoya on behalf of Tommy Mendez, who is present in custody and standing to my left.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mendez, you are before the court on 2 things. One is a new arrest and one is a probation warrant. I'm going to begin with your new arrest. You're booked in on allegations of aggravated assault, 2 allegations, which for purposes of this hearing only, the court is inclined to find probable cause on as a Class 3 and a Class 4 felony, based on what the police have submitted. So, Counsel Montoya, that would be the Class 3 for the weapon allegation, the Class 4 for the allegation of temporary disfigurement or the breaking of a bone. Before the court moves to release conditions, did the defense want to be heard on probable cause?
Your Honor, based on the Form 4, we would ask that the court not find probable cause on the Class 3 with the weapon alleged. The other witnesses did not seem to corroborate any weapon being seen. There was no surveillance footage that seemed to be pulled, and there was no weapon seized or found during the search warrant. For these reasons, we would ask that that not be found probable cause on that case.
All right, let me hear the state's rebuttal, please.
We leave it to Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mendez, based on the totality of what's been presented against you, the court does find probable cause on both of these allegations. As your lawyer will tell you, the standard for probable cause is considerably lower than it is for conviction. It's not even preponderance of the evidence. And so based on what the police have submitted, the court does find probable cause for that. Again, that is for purposes of this hearing. It is not even your formal probable cause finding in this case. So talk to your lawyer about how that works.
Yes, no.
Let's move to release conditions. I'm going to start with the state, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, obviously, very serious charges the defendant faces. We're asking for $250,000 cash in the new case. He's obviously on intensive probation in his other matter. Looks like term 1 violations have been submitted there. That notwithstanding, Your Honor, we are asking for the significant bond to reflect the seriousness of the allegations as well as the danger to the community and to the victim that the defendant poses. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would ask for a 10 to 15,000 secured appearance bond with electronic monitoring. As the state mentioned, Mr. Mendez is on intensive probation, so he is being monitored. He has been checking in regularly with his officer as directed. Additionally, on the day that he was taken into custody, he was in communication with his probation officer. His probation officer asked him to meet at the office, and he was on his way there and remained in communication with him while there. So he has shown that he is able to maintain being monitored by intensive probation, and the additional electronic monitoring would also be sufficient to lower that bond to a lower amount so that he can be released. The reasons that he should be released, Your Honor, he has gained employment options. So he has earned a job at Desert Dogs, which is a trash cleanup. He's able to start that immediately upon his release and would be able to maintain that gainful employment while on release. He also has stable housing with his grandparents, and he has significant support in in Arizona from his family. That includes grandparents, brothers, multiple aunts, uncles, and cousins who will all assist him in ensuring that he remains law-abiding while on release pending these charges. Additionally, he's hired private counsel and understands the severity of not showing up. He has every intent to show up to every court date to make sure that this case is resolved and that he shows up and make sure that a warrant is not issued for his arrest.
All right, thank you. I'm going to take up the probation matter first, and then I'm going to render my decision. Mr. Mendez, you're also here on a warrant from the probation court that issued in your case on May 6th. A petition to revoke your probation was filed alleging that you violated term 1, which is this case. I don't see any other allegations in the petition. So the allegation is this case. And so, counsel, are you representing him in the probation matter as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to need to reprint that because I had it set up for the public defender. So I'm not appointing a lawyer for you in the probation matter. And did the state want to be heard on the probation case as far as conditions of bail or release?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Oh, and by the way, the court date, no matter what I decide in the probation case, is May 15 at 8:30 in the morning. That's the revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. Don't let me forget to give you the dates in the other case. All right, Counsel Mendoza, or Montoya, I'm sorry. Did you want to be heard on the probation matter?
Yes, Your Honor. We would ask for a 5,000 to 10,000 secured appearance bond on the probation case as well. For the similar reasons, he's already on intensive probation, and so he will be monitored through that. And then with the new case, if the court allows for electronic monitoring, all of those combined would be sufficient to ensure his appearance at all future court dates.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mendez, I've considered what's been alleged against you in the new case, the pending probation petition. It looks like you started probation April 17th, and your criminal history. And the court finds, based on that totality, that in all reasonable probability, you are going to be revoked to prison in your probation case. Therefore, you do not have bail today in your probation case. You are held without bond. In the new case, the court finds that, number one, it does not believe that you are likely to appear for future court dates, considering what's been alleged against you, your criminal history, and the potential sentence that you're facing. The court also finds that you pose an extreme risk to the alleged victim, a risk of victim or witness intimidation. Also, that you pose a risk to the community. Your criminal history is such that the court believes this type of allegation against you indicates an extreme risk to the community. So, bond is set in your new case at $100,000. It is cash only. If you post it, you'd be on an ankle monitor under house arrest, which means not allowed to work. You may not go to the scene of the alleged crimes. You may not have any contact with the alleged victim. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. You must obey the terms of any order of protection served on you and call your PO within 24 hours of release. That bond does not change the no bond status in your probation case, so speak to your lawyer about that. You shouldn't try to post that bond unless you can get out in every case, and your lawyer knows how to work on that for you. All right, anything else from the state in this case?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. We're going to get that printed. Counsel, if you want to keep using the room, I'm going to be in here at least another 45 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor, I
Okay,
appreciate
thanks.
it.
All right, and Mr. Garcia, did you want to be excused, or are you here for other cases?
Your Honor, if I could be excused?
For sure. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
All right, Mr. Muniz, and then Anthony Seidman. Will you please go to the chair there? I need Mr. Jose Muniz. Where is Jose Seidman? There's a chair right there, sir. If you please sit right there. Hello, sir. She'll show you. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Jose Angel Muniz, 11895.
Thank you. You have one new case and a probation warrant in your new case. You were arrested for allegations of possessing dangerous drugs, both for sale and just personal possession. The sale charge is a Class 2 felony. The personal possession charge is a Class 4 felony. Possession or use of a weapon during the commission of a drug trafficking crime, that's a Class 4 felony. And drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Then you're also here, one second. You're also here on a probation warrant in your Class 4 felony probation case. There was already a warrant out for your arrest in your probation case because the petition to revoke your probation was filed on March 20th of this year. The petition alleges that you violated terms 3 and 5 of your felony probation. You'll get a copy of that from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your court dates in the new case will be May 14th at 8:30 in the morning for a status conference, May 16th at 8:30 in the morning for a preliminary hearing. In a probation case, your court date is May 15th at 8:30 in the morning for a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. In the probation case, the court finds you will, in all reasonable probability, be revoked to prison, so you do not have bail at all today. In your probation case, you are held without bond. In the new case, you have a $10,000 secured appearance bond and written release conditions. Shouldn't try to post that bond, though, if you're still being held in your probation case. He's got your paperwork for you if you want to step out to your left. Thank you. Mr. Seidman? Then Heraclio Hernandez, please go to the chair. Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth?
I'm Anthony Seidman, and it's December 30th, 1990.
Thank you, Mr. Seidman. You are here in a new case. You're arrested for 2 allegations of trafficking and stolen property in the first degree. Those are Class 2 felonies. 2 allegations of burglary in the second degree. Those are Class 3 felonies. 1 allegation of aggravated identity theft, a Class 3 felony. 1 allegation of theft or control of a stolen credit card, a Class 5 felony. 1 allegation of fraudulent use of a credit card is a Class 5 felony. There is probable cause for all of those. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your status conference in this case will be May 14th at 8:30 in the morning, which is 6 days from now in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing May 16th at 8:30 in the same court. Based on what the police have alleged against you, and as further detailed in my written order, the court finds you to pose an extreme risk of flight in this case, flight to avoid prosecution. For that reason, this court believes that a truly significant cash bail is the lowest amount reasonably necessary to assure your appearance for future court hearings. For these reasons, bail is set in your case at $250,000, and it is cash only, which is dollar for dollar.
I just got a job, Your Honor.
Mr. Seidman, the court finds that to be not terribly credible. There appears to be a strong weight of evidence against you. The police allege you fled charges of a similar nature in Nevada. There appears to be a strong weight of evidence against you in this case involving multiple offense dates, multiple alleged victims. That exposes you to multiple offense sentencing in Arizona. You have 2 priors, and they are non-trivial priors. So, Mr. Seidman, the court finds you pose a risk to the community, a high probability of new criminal activity, and an extreme flight risk. Extreme. This court cannot hold people no bail for flight risk. If we could legally, I would in your case. This court believes you likely have access to significant amounts of cash money to post bail. If you were to post and flee, it's going to cost you quite a bit, and Arizona absolutely extradites on this level of felony. So, Mr. Seidman, talk to your lawyer. I did appoint a lawyer for you in an abundance of caution in case I am wrong about the quantity of money you may be sitting on. But what the police allege strongly indicates that you likely have cash that is illegitimately obtained, which means it does not provide adequate security for your appearance in court. Talk to your lawyer about all of this, but the police have made a strong case that you pose an extreme risk of flight. So take your paperwork. You can step out to your left. Mr. Hernandez? Then Andrew Sanchez, will you go to the chair? I need Heraclio Hernandez. Mr. Sanchez, you can come in, but looks fine.
Your Honor.
Where he is? He's in Phoenix?
Hernandez.
Okay. All right, Mr. Sanchez, you can come in. Sounds like Hernandez is still in Phoenix Court. I'll just move him down.
Morning, Your Honor.
Comes in. 1 second, sir. So you are Mr. Sanchez?
Andrew Lee Sanchez, yes.
All right,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you.
Yes,
Let me have Adam Miles go to the chair, please. Adam Miles. All right, Mr. Sanchez, may I have your full name and date of birth?
Andrew Lee Sanchez, 0904-1990, September 4th.
Okay, thank you. And then let me ask, officer, did you just bring in Heraclio Hernandez?
No.
No? Okay, sorry, okay. All right, Mr. Sanchez, you are here on a new case. You were arrested on the following allegations. Unlawful imprisonment, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Threatening and intimidating, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor. And assault as a Class 3 misdemeanor.
I'm sorry, I got PTSD.
Okay. The court does find probable cause for all of those.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I got PTSD.
Mr. Sanchez, are you having difficulty listening?
No,
The
Your
court
Honor.
is appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is an arraignment hearing May 13th at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That is 5 days from today in the North Mesa Justice Court. And based on what has been alleged against you in your case, this court believes that you pose an extreme risk to these alleged victims. The police did not book you for any felonies today. The court is well aware of that these are misdemeanors. But based on your criminal history, what has been alleged against you, this court believes that you pose an extreme risk to these alleged victims, who I believe are your parents.
No, I love my mom and dad.
I don't doubt that, sir. It does not mean that you are not potentially dangerous to them.
Yes, Your Honor,
So,
I'm sorry.
in this case, the court sets bail at $15,000. It is cash only, which means dollar for dollar. You are under strict orders not to contact them. You may not live where they live. You may not even go there except one time on a civil standby with a law enforcement officer to collect belongings. You may not possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, no alcohol. If you are out of custody, you must contact your case manager within 24 hours. Officer, we have somebody disrobing. I don't know what's going on. Sir, Mr. Sanchez, try to keep your shirt on, okay? Everything's going to be on your paperwork. Let's get you a copy of that. You can step out to your left. You'll be back in court next week.
Yes, Your Honor. So, thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Miles?
Have a good day.
You too.
Sorry about that.
All right. Mr. Miles, can I have your full name and date of birth?
Adam Mackenzie Miles, 8789.
Thank you. You're here on a new case.
Yes, ma'am.
You got arrested for narcotic drug possession for sale and dangerous drug possession for sale. Those are both Class 2 felonies. I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. I do find probable cause in your case. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to keep an eye on him. Officer.
Okay, I'll get him out.
I don't know what he might do. I don't know. What's been alleged against him?
JP, get one room.
Thank you. All right, sorry. I'm sorry. I just don't want there to be a problem.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So you're here on possessing narcotic and dangerous drugs for sale. Those are both Class 2 felonies. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is a status conference May 14th at 8:30 in the morning. That's next week. Preliminary hearing May 16th at 8:30. Those are in the downtown Superior Court. And bond is set in your case at $5,000. It is cash only. That's based on the drug trafficking allegation and the implication that you have access to cash. I'll let you know, this is not even in the ballpark to me. The state recommended $150,000 cash only for you. That's the type of bail we set for very considerably larger quantities of drugs. On the quantities of drugs you are alleged to have, along with your criminal history, which does involve at least 3 prior felonies, this is the appropriate bail in the court's opinion.
I have no cash, Your Honor.
Then you stay in custody till you can talk to your lawyer next week. The court also considers what you're accused of to pose a very serious danger to the community. So $5,000, it is cash only. Thank you, officer. If you post it, do not go to the scene of the alleged crime. Do not have any contact with any witnesses or co-defendants or the arresting officers. Absolutely no weapons. You are a prohibited possessor. All right, everything's right there on your paperwork. If you step out to your left, you'll be all Mr. Taylor. Then Hans Ray, will you go to the chair? Thank you. He just, honestly, that guy in the 12 alleged against is really scary, but
Yeah.
Where's Zachary Taylor? Then Hans Ray, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir, may I have your full name and your date of birth? I'm sorry?
Zachary Taylor, still with you.
Is he in Phoenix? Okay. Oh, no, that's him. He's right here.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, no, he's got his pink paper, too. So I thought he came from Phoenix. All right, can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Zachary Sean Taylor, 1994.
April 9?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. You're here on the new case. You were arrested for possessing dangerous drugs for sale, a Class 2 felony, resisting arrest, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, but the police did not field test the alleged fentanyl powder, so for purposes of this hearing only, the court does not find probable cause on the narcotic drug allegation. It does not mean it's dismissed. It just means I'm not setting release conditions for it. You can talk to your lawyer about that. I am appointing a lawyer for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Your court dates. Our status conference, May 14 at 8:30 in the morning. Preliminary hearing, May 16 at 8:30 in the morning. The address is going to be on your paperwork, and your bond is $5,000. It is cash only if you bond out. Comply with all of your written conditions. Do not have any contact with the arresting officers. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. He's going to have your paperwork for you if he didn't already hand it to you. Thank you. You can go ahead and step out to your left. Mr. Ray, Hans Ray, and then John Seda, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
I'm Siegfried Ray, 41485.
Thank you. You're here on 2 probation warrants. Looks like you're on probation for a Class 4 and 2 Class 4 felonies. There were petitions to revoke your probation already filed in both cases, and warrants were issued for your arrest on April 25th of this year. The petitions allege that you violated terms 4, 5, and 15 of your intensive probation. You'll get copies of those from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your court date in the downtown probation court is going to be May 15th at 8:30 in the morning. That's a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. Your bond in the number 17 on the calendar, which is the narcotic drugs. This is your third PTR. I'm affirming the bond set by the probation court. That is $2,500 secured. In the other one, I'm affirming the $1,000 set by the probation court. So that is $3,500 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your conditions. Call your PO within 24 hours. The officer's going to have your paperwork for you. All right, Mr. Seda, John Seda. He's dressed out. I don't see him. Could he be in Phoenix? There he goes. And then Rafael Cuevas Rodriguez. Will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
John Richard Seda, 5391.
Thank you. You're here on a new probation violation warrant. There was a petition to revoke your probation filed on March 2nd. It alleges that you violated terms 3 and 5. You'll get a copy of it from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is in the downtown probation court in 1 week, which is May 15th, 8:30 in the morning. That's a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. The address will be on your paperwork. Your bond is $2,500. It is secured. If you bond out, comply with all of your written conditions. Don't miss your court dates. He's going to have your paperwork for you. All right, Mr. Cuevas Rodriguez. And then did Heraclio Hernandez come in? No? All right, Mr. Cuevas, you can go ahead and come up. All righty, then let's get Angelito Lopez to please go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Rafael Cuevas Rodriguez, 91688.
All right, thanks. You are here on 2 things. One is a warrant from Patterson City Court. One is a new felony case. In the new felony case, you were arrested for possessing narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those 2 things. There was a second narcotics count based on an alleged bag of fentanyl powder, but the police did not provide enough information to support the allegation that that was fentanyl powder. So for purposes of this hearing, only the second narcotic drug allegation, I do not find probable cause for it. It does not mean that charge is dismissed. It just means I'm not setting release conditions for it. Talk to your lawyer about that. I am appointing a lawyer for you. The next court date is a status conference, May 14th, 8:30 in the morning, which is next week. Preliminary hearing, May 16th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Now, you're also hearing a warrant from Tolleson City Court. It is for a shoplifting case. It is a failure to appear on April.
It's wrong.
Okay, sir. Well, it's April 25. That's definitely when the warrant was issued, April 25. You've been charged there with shoplifting, class 1 misdemeanor.
I got arrested and got released on it.
So your court date in Tolleson is May 19th at 8:30 in the morning. Let me make sure that's 10 days. It is. That May 19th, 8:30 in the morning, that address is on your paperwork. In the new felony case, based on your criminal history, bond is set at $2,500. It is secured. And actually, let me, I want to edit this one because I didn't mean to check the pretrial box under the bond. So it's just the $2,500 secured appearance bond in that new case. In the Tolleson case, it's a $250 secured appearance bond. You can take it up with Tolleson about whether you did or did not appear for court. That is $2,750 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your written release conditions. Sorry, $2,750. If you comply with your conditions, do not miss your court dates. Everything's right there on your paperwork. Ms. Herring, or I'm sorry, who's next? What's your name, sir? Lopez, yeah, you're right. Okay. Mr. Lopez, you can come in. Now, Edgar Padilla, will you go to the chair, please? All right, sir, can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Angelito Lopez, 8/18/1998.
Okay, thanks. One second. I know what I did wrong here. One second. All right, Mr. Lopez, you are here on a warrant for failing to appear at a status conference in the case in which you've been charged with unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle. That's a Class 5 felony, and possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony. The warrant was issued August 5th of last year when you failed to appear at a status conference. You already have a lawyer in this case. Your status conference is rescheduled for May 14th, which is next week at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, and your preliminary hearing will be May 16th at 8:30 in the same court. The address is on your paperwork. I'm affirming the bond set by the judge who issued the warrant, which is $1,000 secured with written release conditions. If you post it, comply with all of those and don't miss your court dates. The officer's got your paperwork for you.
So I'll be released?
Only if you post $1,000. Mr. Edgar Padilla, will you come to the podium? And then after that, I need Isabel Gurule. Will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Georgina Martinez, Padilla, 7/12/87.
Thank you. You're here on one new case and a probation warrant. In your new case, you were arrested for possessing dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, and false reporting to law enforcement, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. I'm also appointing a lawyer in your probation case. You're on felony probation. There was a petition to revoke your probation filed back on December 3rd. The petition alleges that you violated terms 3, 4, 5, and 15. You'll get a copy of it from your lawyer. Alrighty, in your new case, your court dates are a status conference May 14th at 8:30 in the morning with a preliminary hearing May 16th at 8:30. In the probation case, you'll go in between those on May 15th at 8:30 in the morning for a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. In your probation case, your bond is $750 secured. In your new case, it is $50 secured to make you eligible for credit for time in custody. That is $800 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your written conditions. Do not miss your court dates. Call your PO within 72 hours. The officer has your paperwork. Ms. Gurule, Isabel Gurule.
Yes, sir.
You're done.
Yes, sir.
And then Amanda Schimmel, will you go to the chair? Where's Isabel? After that, Amanda Schimmel to the chair, please. Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Isabel Victoria Guru, 6/10/1985.
All right, thank you. You're here on one new case and a probation warrant. In the new case, you were arrested for taking contraband into a correctional facility. It's a Class 2 felony, and narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony. There is probable cause for both of those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you.
That's not my charge, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
I've never heard of that charge. That's not mine.
The police allege they found drugs on you after you were given the warning about taking contraband into a detention facility. Your lawyer can help you understand the elements of what you're being accused of, but basically it is possession of drugs inside a jail facility. So talk to your lawyer about that. That's what's alleged against you.
Oh, okay.
So the bench warrant, the failure to appear, is in a pending probation violation petition. You failed to appear at a non-witness violation hearing on April 30th, and there was a warrant issued for your arrest. You already have a lawyer in that case also. So your next court dates are going to be all next week. The first is a status conference on Wednesday, May 14th at 8:30 in the morning. That's in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing Friday, May 16th at 8:30. Again, that's the new case only. And the probation case, you'll go in between on Thursday, May 15th at 8:30 for a non-witness violation hearing and possible disposition hearing. Your bond in the probation case is $750 secured. In the new case, it is $50 secured to make you eligible for credit for time in custody. That's $800 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your conditions, and call your PO within 72 hours.
My brother just died. Is there any way I could get OR on my own?
Well, I'm very sorry to hear that, ma'am, but you have straight up missed court dates in probation court, and you have not contacted the court, so that's unfortunate, but the court does not trust you.
Ma'am, I talked to my public defender. He was getting the warrant quashed because it was the clerks who told me that I wasn't on the docket. So, but I went and looked it for myself, and then I found it under the adult of probation. So I went in myself, but unfortunately it was already 2:58, so it was too late because they were already gone from the courts. But I did show up, but it was them that were telling me that I didn't have court that day. But I found out on my own that I did, and I went in my own.
I see no sign of that, ma'am. The court is not.
Well, my public defender is supposed to be putting it in, but apparently he hasn't. But
and then you picked up a new charge. So talk to your lawyer about that, ma'am. That's the best you're doing today. No. Please take your paperwork. We're all done for today. What's that?
It's 800?
Correct. Thank you. Ms. Schimmel?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And then Mr. Taylor, will you go to the chair? Sorry, William Taylor. Hi, ma'am. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Amanda Joy Schimmel, 10/13/86.
All right, thank you. You're here on 2 probation warrants. You're on probation for 2 Class 6 felonies, and there were already petitions to revoke your probation filed. They allege that you violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation. You'll get copies of those from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is going to be in the downtown probation court. It's the same date for both cases. It's May 15th, 8:30 in the morning. I'm affirming the bond set by the probation court, which is $500 per case for $1,000 total. You bond out, comply with all of your written conditions, and call your PO within 72 hours. He's got your paperwork.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. William Taylor. And Abby Gant, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
William Taylor, 6967.
All right, thanks, Mr. Taylor. You are here on 3 things. One is a new case, 2 are probation hold. In the new case, you were arrested for possessing dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those. They also booked you for possession of narcotic drugs, but the court did not find probable cause for that because they forgot to describe any alleged narcotic drugs. So there's no support for that right now. It does not mean it's dismissed, but I am not setting release conditions on the narcotic drug allegation, just the dangerous drugs and drug paraphernalia. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. You can talk to your lawyer more about how that works. Your next court date in this new case is going to be a status conference, Wednesday, May 14th at 8:30 in the morning, preliminary hearing Friday, May 16th at 8:30. Now, the probation department will also be filing petitions to revoke your probation in both of your cases based on this new arrest. So I'm appointing a lawyer for you in probation court as well. Your next court date there will be Thursday, May 15th at 8:30 in the morning for a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing.
So my probation was notified?
They always are. It's automatic. And so in each of your probation cases, your bond is $500 secured. In the new case, it's $50 secured to make you eligible for credit. Your total bond is $1,050 secured with conditions. If you grab those, you can step out to your left. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that Heraclio Hernandez? Mr. Hernandez, you can just go ahead and come in.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And then Abby Gant, if you go to the chair. Right here, sir.
Let's take care of this.
All right, sir, can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Heraclio Hernandez, February 19, 2002.
All right, thanks. You're here on a new case and a traffic warrant from Encanto Justice Court. In the new case, you were arrested for selling or transporting for sale narcotic drugs and conspiring to commit that crime. Those are both Class 2 felonies, and there is probable cause for those. I am appointing a lawyer for you in this case. Your next court dates will be a status conference this coming Wednesday, May 14th at 8:30 in the morning, with a preliminary hearing May 16th at 8:30. Those will be in the downtown Superior Court, and the address is on your paperwork. There is also a warrant out for you in a DUI case. You've been charged with driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs. That's a Class 1 misdemeanor, and this is out of the Encanto Justice Court. This warrant issued September 6th of 2023. Your court date in that court is going to be May 13th. That's an arraignment hearing this Tuesday, 8:30 in the morning in the Encanto Justice Court, and I am appointing the public defender for you in that DUI case as well. In the new case, the drug sales case, your bond is $25,000, and it is cash only, dollar for dollar, with written release conditions. If you bond out, comply with all of those. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, no alcohol, no contact with any co-defendants, nor with the arresting officers. In the DUI case, your bond is $250. It is secured, and same or similar terms are on your paperwork. So he's going to hand you that. You can step out to your left. Thank you.
All right.
Ms. Gant, Abby Gant, and Emmy Herring. You go to the chair. Hello, ma'am. May I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Yes. Abby Gant, 7/17/81.
All right, thank you. You're here on a warrant from the Santan Justice Court where you have been charged with assault, a Class 1 domestic violence misdemeanor. This warrant was issued September 22nd of 2022 after you failed to appear at a pretrial conference. Your next court date in this case will be May 13th, which is this Tuesday, 5 days from now, 8:30 in the morning in the Santan Justice Court. The address is on your paperwork. I am affirming their bond in your case. It is $680 secured with written conditions. Those written conditions are the same or substantially the same as they were when you were first released in this case in 2022. So that includes no contact with the alleged victim. I'm not asking you because admitting it to me would be admitting to a crime, but I'm ordering you. You may not live where the alleged victim lives. To the extent you've been doing that for the past 3 years, you had better stop. It's a crime to violate this order. So I'm not presuming that you are, but I'm making very clear that if you have been, you've been in violation the entire time. You will be in violation of this order. If you're booked in on a single act of harassment, which can be one text that says, I love you, that's a felony charge if it's in violation of a no victim contact order. The law changed about 2 years ago on that. It's now a felony. So if you have been, you find an alternative residence. Bring proof to your next court date. No contact with him. You may not respond to any contact from him. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Obey any order of protection that's served on you. So, I mean, you cannot call him for a ride from jail. You cannot call him to tell him that you cannot contact him. I don't know, and I'm not asking what your relationship with this person might be today, but that is the person from the case in 2022. So if you don't know who that is, I will tell you his first name. I'm not saying his full name into the record. All right, everything's on your paperwork. You can step out to your left. He's got that for you. Did you give it to her? Okay. All right, thanks. So you have to bond out? Right. Ms. Herring, Emmy Herring? Then Molly White, we go to the chair. Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Emmy Nicole Herring, 11/2/87.
All right, thank you. You are here on two things. One is a Superior Court bench warrant. One is a traffic misdemeanor warrant. I'm going to start with the felony case. You've been charged with possessing dangerous and narcotic drugs. Those are both Class 4 felonies, and drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. You failed to appear at a status conference on April 3rd of this year, and there was a warrant issued for your arrest. You already have a lawyer in this case. Your next court date is this coming Wednesday, May 14th at 8:30 in the morning, with a preliminary hearing May 16th at 8:30. The address for the court will be on your paperwork. It's downtown Phoenix. In the Arrowhead Justice Court, there was a post-conviction warrant issued for you failing to comply with court orders in a driving on suspended license case. It's a Class 1 misdemeanor. Ma'am, go ahead and, ma'am, I know. If you give it to you, people start reading it. It's natural. This warrant issued April 16th, 2025, and in this case, your court date is May 13th at 8:30 in the morning. In the felony case, I'm affirming the bond. It is $500 secured with conditions. In the Justice Court case, I'm setting a $50 placeholder bond. That's to make you eligible for credit, because that's a post-conviction warrant. It means you owe them money or classes or something. It's not a failure to appear in the misdemeanor. So your total bond is $550 with conditions. If you bond out, do not miss your court dates. And take your paperwork and sit back to your left. Thank you. Who's White? Molly White. Where's Molly White? And then Angel Hernandez, will you please go to the chair? Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Molly White, 31085.
Thank you. You're here on a new case. No, sorry. You're here on a warrant. Looks like you failed to appear for a case in which you have been charged with dangerous drug possession, class 4 felony, possession or use of marijuana. This dates back to 2019, so whether that charge sticks or not, talk to your lawyer because the law changed.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that because that's isn't it legal now?
Yeah, it doesn't magically go away. You got to talk to your lawyer about it, and your lawyer, there's nuances. So talk to your lawyer, but I'd say likely it does, but that's fact. It's going to be fact driven, so talk to your lawyer. Also, possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. You still got the dangerous drug charge though. This is a failure to appear at a status conference in February 10th of 2025. So you're going to have a post-warrant status conference, May 14th at 8:30 in the morning. That's this coming Wednesday. Address for the court is on your paperwork. It's in downtown Phoenix. I'm affirming the bond at $500 secured. If you post it, comply with all of your conditions. If you grab the paperwork from the officer, then step out to your left.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Hernandez, Angel Hernandez, and then Quintina Espinosa, will you please go to the chair? Quintina Espinosa to the chair, please. Thank you. Hi, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Angel Hernandez, 12/20/90.
I think you're here on a probation warrant. In your class 6 felony probation case, there was a petition to revoke your probation already filed on March 5th, and it alleges that you violated terms 3, 4, and 5. You get a copy of that from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is 1 week from today, which is May 15th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown probation court for a revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition hearing. Your bond is $250. It is secured. Bond out, comply with your conditions, and call your PO within 72 hours. He's got your paperwork. Thank you. Ms. Espinosa, and then Darabia and Greer, will you please go to the chair? Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Quintina Espinosa, 04/28/1984.
Thank you. You're on a warrant from Peoria City Court. This is a failure to appear warrant in a shoplifting case. It's a class 1 misdemeanor. This warrant issued January 22nd of 2025. Your next court date is an arraignment hearing, May 13th, which is this Tuesday at 9 in the morning in the Peoria City Court. Your bond is $250. It is secured. If you bond out, comply with all of your written conditions. Don't go to the scene of the alleged crime. If you don't bond out, you'll have a lawyer there at your next hearing just to help you with the bond issue only. You're not otherwise entitled to a court-appointed lawyer in a misdemeanor shoplifting case. Okay. He's got your paperwork for you. Thank you, officer. Just take that with you. Mr. Greer. Then Armando Elizaraz. I don't know how to spell that. Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Daravion Greer, 10/20/2004.
Thank you. You're here on a new case. You were arrested for animal cruelty by intentional cruel mistreatment. That is a class 6 felony as currently booked, and I do find probable cause for it. As noted in my order, I would also have found probable cause for this as a class 5 felony, but they didn't book you that way. They booked you as a class 6, so I'm seeing you on the 6. Certainly the county attorney may charge you with the class 5, but that is not what they booked you for. I am appointing a lawyer for you. You can speak to your lawyer more about what the formal charge may be when all is said and done. Your status conference will be May 22nd, which is 2 weeks from now at 8:30 in the morning, with a preliminary hearing May 27th at 8:30 in the morning. And the court has given due consideration to what's been alleged against you and the apparent strength of the evidence, which appears to be high. And while the court certainly finds this, what has been alleged, and I understand these are allegations, what's been alleged against you as behavior worthy of condemnation, the court has to calculate whether you are likely to appear for court, whether you are likely to be dangerous to persons in the community. You do not appear to have any criminal history. So balancing all of those factors, the court is placing you on an ankle monitor. You will be released without the requirement of a bond. So you have to be on the ankle monitor first. The purpose of the ankle monitor is, among other things, to keep you from having contact with any potential witnesses in the case. The court is very concerned about the potential for witness intimidation in your case. Just so you know, any whiff of that in your case is not going to end well. You are not to have any contact with any of the people who talked to or called the police on you. Do you understand that?
Yes,
None.
ma'am.
Zero. No whiff of that, or the best outcome is you're ordered to move. The worst outcome is you pick up a new charge. So, absolutely no contact with them. Absolutely no contact with any animals. You may not live where a hamster lives. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. If there are any other animals in that house, you may not live there. Part of the reason for the ankle monitor is to ensure that pretrial is checking on that and making sure that you do not even pet a stranger's animal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, and everything else is in my formal order. If you take that from him, you have to be hooked up to the ankle monitor. That should, we hope, happen by the end of the day. Then you get released. Don't miss your court date. Thank you. Mr. And now you're going to have to tell me how to say your name. Elizarraz?
Yes.
Okay. A lot of R's.
My name is Armando.
You say your name.
Armando Lizarraz.
Okay.
And my birthday is July 22nd, 2006.
All right, thanks. You're on a new case. You got arrested for theft by control of a stolen weapon. That is a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for it. I'm not appointing a lawyer for you because you told pretrial you wanted to hire a lawyer. Does that remain the case?
Yeah.
All right. So just so you know, most people who are 18 can qualify for a court-appointed lawyer unless you have a lot of money. So if later you want to try to qualify, you can fill out the paperwork at your next court hearing to try to qualify. But everybody's entitled to hire the lawyer of their choosing if they can afford to do it. So I'm not appointing one for you today, just letting you know you could do the financial paperwork later.
All right,
The next court date is going to be a status conference May 22nd, which is 2 weeks from now, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Preliminary hearing May 27th at 8:30 in the same court. That's all on your paperwork. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. You're not accused of doing anything nefarious with this weapon, just having it. What I'm ordering, though, is that you can only return to the school campus with the advance permission of the school administration. If they do not allow it, then what you can do is a civil standby with law enforcement to collect belongings. If you've got anything, if you've got a vehicle there, if you've got anything in a locker, if you've got any belongings at the school, you bring an officer with you. They keep the peace while you collect your stuff, and then you go. It's up to the school whether they allow you back on there, but if they say no, that is a way you can legally go and get your property. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. You're under 21. No contact with the alleged victim. That's whoever owns the allegedly stolen weapon. Everything else is on your paperwork, okay?
Okay.
Or if you take your paperwork, you'll be out hopefully within a few hours. Don't miss your court date.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Westra Burton, Jason Westra Burton. Hi, sir. Right there. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Yes, Jason Westerburton, January 9th, 79.
All right, thank you. You're on a new case. You got arrested for 3 things. I found probable cause for one of them, and that is a criminal trespass, which is a Class 3 misdemeanor. In your case, the police also booked you for dangerous drug and drug paraphernalia possession, but they didn't provide any sufficient evidentiary support that what you had was methamphetamine. If I was a betting person, I would bet it was, but they have to meet a legal standard. They did not. So for the drug allegations for today only, I'm not finding probable cause. It does not mean it's dismissed, though, and I did find probable cause for the criminal trespass. So I'm going to give you a lawyer, I'm going to give you a couple of court dates, and then I'm going to order that you be released because I didn't find probable cause for the drug. So, like I said, you have a lawyer. Your court dates are in 2 weeks. The first one is a status conference, May 22nd at 8:30 in the morning. Preliminary hearing, May 27th at 8:30. It's all on your paperwork. It's in downtown Phoenix. As I said, I'm releasing you on your own recognizance. Do not go back to the scene of the alleged crime. That's wherever you were arrested. Everything else is on your paperwork. No drugs without a valid prescription. No driving without a valid driver's license. I don't think you are a prohibited possessor. You're not. We didn't find any felonies for you, so I'm not prohibiting weapons. Just comply with your release conditions. Come to court, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, then, officer, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 House calls, that is Miller, Stell, Ramirez, and Bradley. Is each of them not physically present in court because they were isolated by the sheriff's office as a potential risk of danger to themselves or others?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I did get an affirmative answer from the detention officer, so I'm going to conduct each of those initial appearances in-house immediately following this recording. And I will advise Ryan Stell, born 6/18/87, that he's here on 2 probation warrants. He's on probation for a Class 4 and a Class 6 felony, and there were already petitions to revoke his probation filed. In both cases, those allege that he violated terms 3 and 5. They've been pending since December of last year. I am appointing a lawyer for him in both cases. His next court date for both cases is going to be May 15th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown probation court, and I'm inclined to affirm the bond set by the probation court. That is $5,000 secured in number 14 on the calendar and $500 secured in number 15 for $5,500 total. With release conditions, I will go over with him. If anything changes, I will update my final order. All right, Mr. Anthony Ramirez, born 11/19/2000, is here on a probation warrant in his Class 6 felony case, and this was issued April 7th of 2025. The petition to revoke alleges that he violated terms 3, 4, 5, and 7. I'll let him know he'll get a copy from his lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for him. His next court date will be May 15th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, and I'm inclined to set bail in the amount of $250 secured in his case with written conditions that I will go over with him. Then Paris Bradley Jr. has been indicted by a grand jury in a newly filed case in which he's been charged with trafficking in stolen property in the first degree, a Class 2 felony with an alleged offense dated December 27, 2023, and this was issued May 6th. So I'm going to appoint a lawyer for him, give him an arraignment date of May 15th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. And I'm going to set a placeholder bond in this case. It is $50 secured to make him eligible for credit for time in custody, because it does appear that he is already in custody with a bond in at least one other felony case. And he will have written conditions in this case that include no victim contact and no returning to the scene of the alleged crime. Finally, Jessica Miller got booked in on a new city court case in which she's been accused of disorderly conduct, assault, and preventing the use of a telephone during an emergency, all as misdemeanors. So I am appointing a lawyer for her, or letting Peoria know they should, setting an arraignment hearing date of May 27 at 9 in the morning, and I am inclined to release her. I'm slightly concerned that she ended up as a house call, but I'm going to go and talk to her. She doesn't have much criminal history, but I think she has at least 1 misdemeanor conviction, 2. Criminal trespass from 2 years ago, and theft from 3 years ago. So I'm inclined to try to release her if it appears that she's going to comply with release conditions and come to court. So I'll set this up for own recognizance. That is the May 27th court date. If I determine that I don't believe she's likely and I put a bond on her, that's going to be a $500 secured appearance bond with an arraignment hearing date of May 13th at 9 in the morning. But she's going to get orders either way, not to have any contact with the alleged victim, not return to the scene of the alleged crimes, except she can do a civil standby with law enforcement to collect belongings, but she may not go to the residence on her own. No weapons, drugs, or alcohol. She has to obey any order of protection that's filed against her. If anything changes after I conduct these initial appearances in-house, my final written order will reflect the court's ultimate decision in the case. The court is not going to update this recording, but the final order will reflect my decision. All right, with that, this court is going to stand in recess until 2 p.m. this afternoon. All right. Thank you, officer.
Todos de pie.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Gracias a todos. Pueden tomar asiento. For the record, Your Honor, Sylvia Fisher, court interpreter.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Ms. Fisher, will you please invite Mr. Valdez, Andre, to the podium?
André Valdés, por favor, acérquese al podio.
Sir, if you are partially bilingual, please wait for the interpretation before you answer.
Señor, incluso si usted es parcialmente bilingüe, tiene que esperar la interpretación antes de contestar.
The record will reflect he's shaking his head yes. Sir, please tell me your name.
Señor, por favor, diga su nombre completo.
André Valdés Morán.
André Valdés Morán.
Sí.
You're charged with 1 count of dangerous drugs transportation for sale, a felony.
I'm sorry, what kind of felony, Your Honor?
Class 2 felony.
Thank you. Se le acusa de drogas nocivas, transporte para venta, delito de clase 2.
A 2nd count of dangerous drugs for sale, a class 2 felony.
Una segunda acusación de drogas nocivas para venta, delito de clase 2.
Narcotic drugs for sale, a class 2 felony.
Drogas narcóticas para venta, delito de clase 2.
Narcotic drugs transportation and or sale, a class 2 felony.
Drogas narcóticas, transporte o venta, delito de clase 2.
Use of electronic communication in a drug transaction, a class 4 felony.
Uso de comunicación electrónica durante una transacción de drogas, delito de clase 4.
I have appointed you an attorney.
Le designaba a usted un abogado para representarlo.
Your next hearing is the 22nd day of May, downtown Phoenix.
Su siguiente cita judicial es el 22 de mayo en el centro de Phoenix.
You're being released on your own recognizance. Good luck, sir.
Se le va a poner en libertad bajo caución personal. Buena suerte, señor.
Libertad.
Miss Interpreter, that's the only one I show as Spanish, but in case I missed one, can you give me a courtesy announcement, please?
Of course, Your Honor. ¿Hay alguien más que ocupe de los servicios de la intérprete? En caso que sí, por favor, levante la mano.
Anybody else need an interpreter?
I see no hands raised. The officer agrees with me. I want to thank you, Miss Interpreter. We could not have done it without you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You too, Miss. Ladies and gentlemen, as you just saw, you'll be called up by your name. When you get to the podium, tell me your full name. When you get to the podium, I will read you off the charges you're here on. I'll appoint most of you an attorney. I'll set your next hearing date, give you a location. I'll set your general release conditions. All of you will have general release conditions. They are as follows. Do not make contact with the arresting officers. Do not possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do not drive a motor vehicle without a valid license. Keep us informed as to where you're living. If you're on probation, you'll be ordered to contact your probation officer. If the charges you're being seen on here today indicate to me there may be a victim, you'll be ordered to not return to the scene of the alleged crime and not to have any contact with that alleged victim. At the end of your hearing, one of the two officers that are here, well, there's only one officer here now. I think the other one's going to come back. They'll hand you your paperwork in writing. Please, when you get back to your seat or your cell, take time and read it. Thank you, everyone. And the record will reflect I have read the victim's impact statement on number 38, and I do appear to have someone in the victim's booth. If you are a victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised you have the following rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness,
respect and dignity to a speedy trial, to be present at all court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before a court makes a decision on release, negotiation of plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you a loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. Robert Dorsey. Mr. Dorsey, come on up, Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Dorsey, tell me your full name, please.
Robert A. Dorsey,
Your date of birth, Mr. Dorsey.
6/24/47.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Dorsey, you're charged with one count of attempted murder, a Class 2 felony. I have appointed you an attorney. There appears to be a potential victim here. Does the victim wish to make any statements to the court?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go right ahead, please.
So this is the victim's daughter, Rachel Dorsey. And I just wanted to let you know that we would be prepared to keep Mr. and Mrs. Dorsey separate completely and to start Mr. Dorsey's further psychological treatment at whatever point he may be released. I did ask Mrs. Dorsey if she's comfortable with this. I'll let her tell you.
This is Eileen Dorsey. I feel comfortable with these arrangements.
Thank you.
And we would be concerned with his health were he not in a medical unit because of his multiple medical conditions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The court must weigh the gravity of the crime and your potential plan. Without an actual plan in place, given the locations, the people involved, the medical and psychological alleged treatment that the gentleman may or may not need, the court feels uncomfortable releasing him today's date. However, I am going to set another hearing date, as that's on the 14th day of May, downtown Phoenix at 175 West Madison. Please put everything in writing, including doctors involved, locations involved, who's going to watch Mr. Dorsey, who's going to watch the lovely lady sitting next to you. Basically, a safety plan so the court can feel comfortable. Make 3 copies of that safety plan and all other information. 1 copy for the judge, the next judge should he or she want it. 1 copy for the prosecution, 1 copy for the defense. There's a high likelihood that after they see your plan, the state and the defense will come to an agreement regarding his release conditions. But right now, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
At this point in time, the court is setting bond as recommended by the county attorney, $250,000 with electronic monitoring if released. Sir, I'm confident that the next judge will have more information and all of this will change on or about the 14th of this month. Good luck, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good luck. And the court wants to thank the victim and the victim's family for being here and the victim's advocate for making all this happen. Thank you very much. Hearing is now over. Jacob Carlisle? Jacob, come on up. Let this gentleman by first.
Take your time, man. Go closest to the door, okay, Mr. Dorsey? Go closest to the door. Be easier, okay?
Thank you, officer. Come on up, Jacob. After Jacob is Caesar Mello. Caesar, why don't you sit in the chair right next to the door? Tell me your full name, sir.
My name is Jacob Adam Carlisle.
Sir Carlisle?
Yeah, Carlisle.
Thank you very
Carlisle. Yeah.
And I mispronounced it. I
It's
apologize.
okay.
I apologize.
Everybody does it.
Well, I'm sorry I did. Discharge of a weapon at a residence, a Class 2 felony, aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, criminal damage, a Class 5 felony, unlawful discharge of a weapon within city limits, a Class 6 felony. I've appointed you an attorney. Your next hearing downtown Phoenix is on the 14th day of May. Bond is set at $100,000. Again, do not make contact with the alleged victim. Do not return to the scene of the alleged crime. Good luck, sir.
You said $1,000?
100,000.
100?
Good luck, sir. Sorry. Caesar, come on up. And Mr. Taylor is after Caesar. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you, sir. You too. Under the circumstances, I hope everything was okay. Tell me your full name, sir.
Cesar Barrera Melocaine.
Sir, the additional surname, please make sure you tell that to your defense attorney so that they can decide how to put this into the system as an also known as or something of that nature.
Sure.
Tell them you have more names.
Yeah, I do. I have 4 names.
All right, and we'll try to get it all into the system. Sir, you have 1 count of aggravated assault, a Class 2 felony, 1 count of endangerment, a Class 2 felony, 1 count of aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, 1 count of dangerous drugs possession, Class 4 felony, 1 count of endangerment, a Class 6 felony, drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, and disobeying a mandate of a court. That's violating some type of restraining order.
Yeah.
I have appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing is the 14th day of May, downtown Phoenix. Bond is set at $75,000. Sir, you must obey that restraining order also. Good luck, sir.
All right.
Good luck. Taylor, you're next. Come on up, Taylor. After Taylor is David Crabtree.
Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing
Your Honor.
well. I hope you're doing, I answer to sir also, don't worry. Tell me your full name, sir.
DeMarche Taylor.
Mr. Taylor, this is aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, impeding breathing, a Class 4 felony. Please excuse me. Excuse me. I have appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing date downtown Phoenix is on the 14th at 175 West Madison. Bond is set at $25,000. If you do make bond, do not return to the scene of the alleged crime. No contact with the alleged victim. Good luck, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Crabtree, come on up, Mr. Crabtree. And then Tommy's after David. Carline.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. Tell me your full name, please.
David Curtis Crabtree.
Sir, this is aggravated assault, a Class 2 felony. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing downtown Phoenix is on the 14th day of May at 175 West Madison. Bond is set at $25,000. Secured appearance. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Yes. Tommy, come on up, Tommy. Jonathan Evans is after Tommy. Is it Carline?
Carline, yes.
Okay, thank you. Tell me your full name, sir.
Tommy Lee Carline.
Mr. Carline, this is aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, and disorderly conduct regarding a weapon, a Class 6 felony. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. You have 2 hearing dates. The first one's on the 14th of May, second one's on the 16th day of May. Both of them downtown Phoenix at 175 Madison. Your bond is strike that, $15,000 cash only. Good luck, sir. Mr. Evans, Jonathan, come on up, Jonathan. Tell me your full name, Jonathan.
Jonathan Lee Evans.
Mr. Evans, you have 1 probation violation petition. You have a 2nd probation violation petition. You have a 3rd probation violation petition, as well as a 4th probation violation petition. 3 of them are Class 4 felonies, the other's a Class 6 felony. All of them have a $50 bond on them. The new charge, sir, so to speak, is a theft of merchandise, retail merchandise, 10 counts. all of those Class 4 felonies. I've appointed you an attorney on all 5 petitions. Your next hearing date on the new charge is on the 14th of May, downtown Phoenix. Bond is $10,000. Please reach out to your probation officer. He or she may have some great ideas that might help you put everything together. Good luck, sir. Ethan Wynn? Ethan, come on up, Ethan. After Ethan is Robert Shelton. Tell me your full name, sir.
Ethan Keller-Gwynn.
Sir, this is one count of an aggravated assault, impeding breathing, a Class 4 felony. I've appointed you an attorney. Your next hearing date, downtown Phoenix, is on the 14th. Bond is set at $10,000. Good luck, sir. Robert, come on up, Robert. After Robert is Stephen Salis. Tell me your full name, Robert.
Huh?
Your name, sir.
Robert Shelton.
Mr. Shelton, you have 3 matters. The first one is dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. Dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia is the first charge. I've appointed you an attorney on all 3 petitions. Your next hearing date is May the 14th. Bond is set at $50.
$50?
$50. The next matter, sir, is aggravated assault on a police officer, a Class 5 felony.
Sir?
What?
That was, another court, dismissed that.
Well, sir, I'm not dismissing it. It's a new charge.
It's a new charge?
You take care of it at the next petition, at the next hearing. Sir, the next hearing, the next one is 1 count of aggravated assault on a police officer. Bond is $5,000.
Okay.
The last one, sir, is a probation violation. Bond is $50. I've appointed you an attorney on all hearings. Good luck, sir.
Okay.
Here you go. Stephen, come on up, Stephen. After Stephen is Miss McMillan. Tell me your full name, sir.
Stephen Martin Salas, 10/14/1993.
Thank you, Mr. Salas. I appreciate the additional information. 1 count of theft of means of transportation, a Class 3 felony. 1 count of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing date is the 12th, strike that, the 15th day of May, downtown Phoenix. Bond was set by another judge at $3,000. Good luck, sir.
So I get released or no?
No, you have a bond of $3,000, secured appearance. Come up with about 10% of that, $300, an agreement with a bonding company, and you can be out in 6 hours. Ms. McMillan? And Mr. Wheatley is after this lady. Tell me your full name, please.
Brandy Jane McMillan.
Miss, this first matter is a probation violation. I've appointed you an attorney. Your next hearing is on the 15th, downtown Phoenix. Bond is set at $50. The next one, miss, is another probation violation. Same attorney, same hearing date, the 15th, same bond amount, different bond, $50. The last one is another probation violation. Same attorney, same hearing date, the 15th, different bond amount set by the probation department judge, and that's $2,500. Please reach out to your probation officer. They may have some ideas that might be helpful. Good luck, miss.
Where do I go? Am I being released?
No, ma'am. Cletus.
You have to pay the bond.
Come on up, Cletus. After Cletus is Richard Pierce. Tell me your full name, sir.
Please, when we leave second.
Thank you, sir. Sir, this is a probation violation matter. I've appointed you an attorney. You're going to have a probation revocation hearing on the 15th, downtown Phoenix. Bond is set at $1,500 by the probation judge. Also, please reach out to your probation officer. They may have some good ideas that might help you.
I don't have no way to do that. I don't have no phone number.
Well, sir, you'll get to talk to the probation officer on or before the 15th. Good luck, sir.
All right.
Richard, come on up, Richard. After Richard is Jeffrey. Tell me your full name, sir.
Richard Lee Pierce?
Your name. Thank
Richard Lee Pierce?
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. This is forgery, 2 counts, both of them Class 4 felonies. I've appointed you an attorney. Your next hearing date is the 22nd, downtown Phoenix. You're being released on your own recognizance. You'll be out of here in about 6 hours. Show up and take care of this on the 22nd. Good luck, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now get the paper?
I'll get it to you in a minute.
Okay.
Want me to slow down, officer?
What's that?
Want me to slow down?
No, I just didn't get that one.
That's probably my fault. Jeffrey, come on up, Jeffrey.
You're doing great.
Spence Patrick, there you go, Jeffrey. After Jeffrey is Mr. Tunn. Have a seat by the door, Mr. Tunn. Tell me your full name, sir.
Jeffrey Lynn Spence Patrick.
Sir, this is 1 count of disorderly conduct, a misdemeanor, and 1 count of prevention of or interference with emergency telephone communications. Again, a misdemeanor. I cannot appoint you an attorney. That's up to the next judge if they think it's appropriate. You're going to meet the surprise judge, probably Lou Dominguez. He's the presiding judge, a great guy. You're going to meet him on the 3rd of June in Surprise. You're being released on your own recognizance. Do not make contact with the alleged victim, and do not make contact with the arresting officers. Good luck, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Tunn? Tell me your full name, sir.
Zamenta?
Mr. Tunn, you have 3 different matters. The first one's a new charge, narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony. I've appointed you an attorney. Your next hearing date's the 22nd, downtown Phoenix. I'm releasing you on your own recognizance. The second 2 are both probation violation matters. Same attorney, sir, different hearing date, the 15th of this month, downtown Phoenix. Again, you're being released on your own recognizance. You'll be out of here in about 6 hours, a little after 8 o'clock tonight. As soon as you step out of this building, contact your probation officer. If you follow their rules and my rules, you're given the next judge you meet on the 15th 2 good reasons for not putting you in prison on the 15th. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Good luck. Jeremy, come on up, Jeremy. Mr. Gwynn? And Chase is after, strike that, Jose is after Jeremy. Tell me your full name, sir.
Jeremy C. Gwynn.
Sir, this is a simple assault case, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I've appointed you, strike that, I cannot appoint you an attorney. That's up to the surprise judge, Lou Dominguez. You're going to meet Lou Dominguez or one of his associates on or about the 3rd day of June in downtown Surprise. You're being released on your own recognizance. Just don't make any contact with the alleged victim. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Jose? Jose? Ramondes? Take off your hat, please, sir.
I'm sorry.
Tell me your full name, sir.
Jose Orlando Bermúdez Guerra.
Thank you, sir. Sir, this is a warrant for your arrest for driving on a suspended, revoked, or canceled license. It's a misdemeanor. I'm not allowed to appoint you an attorney. Your next judge may. You're going to meet your next judge on the 23rd of May. You're being released on your own recognizance. Just go to the Moon Valley Justice Court and take care of this.
Okay.
The next one, sir, is a probation violation matter. I have appointed you an attorney on that. Your probation revocation's on the 15th, downtown Phoenix. You're being released on your own recognizance. Please, as soon as you step outside this building at about 8 or 8:30 tonight, contact your probation officer. If you follow their rules and my rules, you're given the next judge you meet on the 15th. 2 very good reasons to not put you in prison on the 15th. Good luck, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. And I need to wait till 6:30, right? Or 6 hours?
You're going to be out in about 6 hours, yeah. And the officer's going to hand you all the paperwork.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck. Chase. Come on up, Chase. Martin Cook. Tell me your full name, sir.
Chase Martin Cook.
Sir, this is 3 different petitions. The first one, Mr. Cook, is a probation violation. I've appointed you an attorney. Your probation revocation's on the 15th. You're being released on your own recognizance. You'll be out of here in 6 hours. Second one's the same thing, another probation violation, same attorney, same hearing date, the 15th, same location, downtown Phoenix, and again, you're being released. The last one, sir, is another probation violation. Same attorney, same hearing date, same release condition on your own recognizance. As soon as you step outside this building between 8:30 and 9 o'clock tonight, contact your probation officer. I know it's late, but do it anyway.
Yes, sir.
If you follow their rules and my rules, you're giving the next judge you meet 2 good reasons for each of these 3 cases, so that's 6 good reasons to not put you in prison. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Bowman, David, come on up, David. After David Bowman is Jaden Johnson. Tell me your full name, sir.
David Bowen.
Sir, you have 2 different petitions. The first one's possession of drug paraphernalia as a Class 6 felony. I've appointed you an attorney. You're on probation for that case, sir. Your probation violation matter will be heard on the 15th of this month, downtown Phoenix. You're being released on your own recognizance. You'll be out of here in 6 hours. The second one is a failure to appear on a drug paraphernalia case. Again, same attorney, same hearing date, and again, it's a non-witness violation for the probation you're on that matter also. That'll be heard again on the 15th. Again, you're being released. You'll be out of here in about 6 hours. As soon as you step outside this building, contact your probation officer. Follow their rules and my rules. You're given the next judge you meet on the 15th 2 very good reasons to not put you in prison on the 15th. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Jaden Johnson. After Jaden is Nina. Nina Wallace. Sir, tell me your name, please.
Jaden Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, this is unlawful flight, a Class 5 felony. I've appointed you an attorney, sir. Your next hearing date is the 22nd day of May, downtown Phoenix. You're being released on your own recognizance, sir. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
And, sir, the reason I'm releasing you is, one of the reasons, is you apologize to the officer. That impressed me. You're taking responsibility. I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Nina, come on up. Good evening, Miss Wallace. Tell me your full name.
Nina Emily Angie Martinez Wallace.
Thank you, Miss. Miss, this is narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, criminal trespassing as a misdemeanor. I've appointed you an attorney, Miss. Your next hearing's the 22nd of this month, downtown Phoenix. You're being released on your own recognizance. Good luck. You'll be out in about 6 hours.
Thank you.
The next 3 individuals are all behavioral issues. They'll be handled as house call. Jack Rood is number 21 on the court's calendar. He's being charged with criminal trespassing as a misdemeanor, drug paraphernalia as a Class 6 felony, narcotic drugs as a Class 4 felony. I've appointed him an attorney. His next hearing date's the 22nd of May, downtown Phoenix. He's being released on his own recognizance. Strike that. Strike all of that. I misread the wrong petition. Mr. Jack Road, I'm not sure which, is 1 count of disobeying a mandate of a court, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor. I cannot appoint him an attorney. He's being released on his own recognizance. He must obey the order of protection or the restraining order, whichever it is. His next hearing is the 27th. I'll tell him he'll be out in 6 hours. Mr. Armenta, Robert, is also a house call. It's a probation violation matter. I've appointed him an attorney. His probation revocation hearing's on the 15th. He's being released on his own recognizance with orders to contact his probation officer within 72 hours. Mr. Harvey has 2 different matters, both bench warrants, theft and control of property, a Class 6 felony. I've appointed him an attorney. His next hearing date's the 14th, downtown Phoenix. His bond is $50. Mr. Harvey's last matter is a simple assault and a failure to appear. That's both out of the Pioneer Justice Court in another county. The Pioneer Justice Court wants a $500 bond. I'll leave it up to the Pioneer judge as to whether or not to appoint him an attorney. His next hearing date in the Pioneer Justice Court is on the 13th day of May. Did I miss anything, miss, other than losing my voice? All right. Thank you.
You may be seated. This is the time set for the 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar for May 8th, 2025. The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the 1st of this month will apply to all matters on this calendar. I am going to call each of you up to the podium one by one, where I will ask you for your first and last name and your date of birth. I will also advise you as to why you are here today, whether or not an attorney has been appointed to you, and what your upcoming court dates will be. I will also advise you as to what your bond is if you are eligible for bond, and what your release conditions will be. Some of you may have questions while I'm providing this advisement to you. I would just ask that you hold your questions until I complete the advisement. I will also caution you that your questions should only be related to your release conditions and not to your actual case. Any legal questions that you may have should be directed towards your attorney. The first person that I'm calling to the podium is John Boyd. If you will please come into the courtroom, and Xavier Johnson, if you will please have a seat in the chair. John Boyd.
Sorry, ma'am, I was all the way at the end.
That's okay. I'm never sure if people can hear me in there. Your first and last name? And your
John Boyd, date of birth, February 22nd, 2005.
Thank you. You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug for sale.
Yes.
Hold on a second. That's not charged right. Jackie, where is the screen where we can go in and,
That's the charges, just a little bit down. So if you can add them with a little pencil.
If I'm allowed to after you're done.
Hold on a second. I just had to make a correction.
Okay.
And now we're going to go back to, so you were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug for use, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, 1 count of aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, and 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs for sale, a Class 2 felony. I did find probable cause as to all of the counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. Oh, an evidentiary hearing wasn't added. This is.
May I, sorry, I'm so sorry, Judge.
May 15th at 1:30? Okay. So you will have a status conference hearing on May 14th at 8:30, a preliminary hearing on May 16th at 8:30, and because you were on felony release at the time that this offense occurred, by statute, you're not entitled to bond today, so you will have an evidentiary hearing on May 15th at 1:30. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. Apparently, you have some questions for me. Again, I'm cautioning you about talking about your case. The hearing is recorded. All legal questions should be directed towards your attorney.
So I understand I have a drug problem, and this street life isn't for me. And I've already talked with my parents, and I have a program set up for me. And
I'm going to stop you right there, Mr. Boyd, because what I was explaining to you is that by law, because you were on felony release at the time that these alleged offenses occurred, I don't have a choice of whether or not you get bond. By law, you were not eligible for bond today. So you have to go to your evidentiary hearing to address that issue with your attorney, that the issue of whether or not you will be bondable would be determined by that judicial officer at that hearing. But today I cannot grant bond to you by law.
So, when is the next date that I'll be able to get granted bond, you said?
So you will have an evidentiary hearing on May 15th, which is next Thursday.
Next Thursday?
Mhm.
Okay. All right. So there's nothing I can do?
There is not. This is
by law?
This is not by law. I don't have discretion. The law says if you are on felony release and you get charged with another felony offense, that you're not eligible for bond.
I understand. Somebody, I heard something that said that the judge, if the judge, that you would be able to do something.
I am not able to do anything. The advice that I will give you today is that you probably shouldn't listen to people who are in the same situation as you. You should probably listen to your lawyer. Your lawyer will advise you as to what the law is and what they can and cannot do for you.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, sounds good.
So I think that takes care of everything that I can answer for you. Are we reprinting the order?
I already did.
Okay, so if you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you. Mr. Johnson, will you please come into the courtroom? And Dakota Brown, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Xavier Johnson, November 5th, 2002.
You are here today because a grand jury charged you with 1 count of aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, and 1 count of criminal damage, a Class 5 felony. The date of these alleged offenses is July 3rd of 2024. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have an arraignment hearing on May 15th at 8:30. The grand jury bond is secured appearance $20,000. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime, initiate any contact with the alleged victim, nor can you possess any weapons. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court date would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. That takes care of everything that I have to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, if you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Could you tell me the bond?
It's secured appearance, $20,000, so that's 10% plus collateral. 10% of $20,000.
Could you tell me what that would be? I'm not too good.
So 10% I believe is $2,000 plus collateral.
Plus collateral to bond up?
Yes.
Okay, and when is my next court appearance? Or do I not?
May 15th at 8:30.
May 15th?
I would suggest you keep up with your paperwork. It'll have all that information on it for you. Do not lose it. So
okay,
your court date, your bond, and your release conditions.
Is there any way that I can, what's that thing called, where you can kind of waive like a charge, and then if you get in trouble later on, it kind of bounces back?
That's not what we do here.
No contest or something like that? I can't do that?
So this is just the initial appearance.
Yeah.
And all we do here is tell you what you've been charged with while you are here. So your next court date, at that point in time, you will have your attorney. They will advise you of all your legal options, and you will have an idea of how you might want to proceed with the case. And in this particular instance, there's not a lot of information that I can give you because this is a grand jury warrant. So I did not hear the information. I did not see anything. So I don't know the facts of why you were charged the way you were charged.
I'm not sure what it is.
So so by the time you meet with your attorney, that information will be available to you.
Okay, so I will meet with my attorney the day of the court, or will I meet them beforehand?
It depends on the attorney. I'm not going to make any promises because I don't know.
Okay.
At least no later than the day of the court date. But some attorneys will come and meet with their clients prior to the hearing.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Ms. Brown, if you'll please come to the courtroom, and Mr. Godinez, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Ma'am, can you please state your first, last name, and your date of birth?
It's Dakota Brown, 4/22/1998.
You are here today on 3 matters. You have 1 new case, you have, and then 2 warrants one out of Arrowhead Justice Court, and the other one is out of Agua Fria Justice Court. So I'm going to first start with your new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a class 4 felony. I did find probable cause as to that count. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on May 14th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 16th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. If you are able to post bond, you cannot possess any weapons, and you must appear for your court dates. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. As to your warrant out of Arrowhead Justice Court, I did appoint an attorney to represent you in that matter. You have an arraignment hearing on May 13th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. And then as to your warrant out of Agua Fria Justice Court, you have, I did appoint an attorney to represent you in that matter. You have an arraignment hearing on May 13th at 8:30. And you have a bond, secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. Those are placeholder bonds. I did not impose the full amount of the bonds that were on the warrant because you're being held on a warrant in the new case. That just ensures that you get transported to those hearings so that you can take care of those matters. So the main thing is just to make sure that you appear for your court dates. Your total secured appearance bond is $10,100. If you post bond and you do not appear for your court dates, you will forfeit all the bonds that you posted. And warrants will issue again, an additional bond would be imposed. So that takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, if you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Okay, I just have one question. How much is it for the secured appearance bond? How much is it to pay for collateral?
So that is questions that you would need to ask. So there's different bonding agencies. They will have that information for you back there. Each company will tell you what they will take for collateral.
Okay, and otherwise, when's my next court date?
So your paperwork will have, because you have 3 separate cases, so your paperwork will have all your court dates on it.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Mr. Godinez, if you'll please come into the courtroom, and Mr. Evans, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Armando Galvez Godinez, August 29th, 1966.
You are here today because you have one new case, and then you have a warrant regarding a revocation of probation. So on your new case, you were charged with 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to both counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a status conference hearing on May 14th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing on May 16th at 8:30, and you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. As to your warrant for failing to appear, as to your warrant for the revocation of probation, I did appoint an attorney to represent you in that matter. You have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on May 15th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,500. Your total secured appearance bond between the 2 cases is $2,000. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court dates would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. Warrants will issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. That takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of today. If you have no questions for me, if you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Okay. What do you mean by it'll be imposed if it's not acceptable, the bond? What?
I don't understand your question.
Okay, you said if I posted bond.
If you post your bond, if you pay bond, and then you fail to appear for your court date, you would forfeit that bond. You would not get it back upon the conclusion.
I see. Okay.
Mr. Evans, will you please come into the courtroom, and Mr. Cartucci, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
Just pop your head.
Hello. Can you state your first and last name and your
Daniel Evans, 51304.
You are here because you have one new case and you have 4 warrants. I'm going to first talk to you about your new case. On your new case, you were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to the possession of a dangerous drug. I did not find probable cause as to the possession of drug paraphernalia. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference hearing on May 14th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 16th at 8:30, and you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. Then as to warrants that were issued as a result of a revocation of probation, I appointed an attorney to represent you in all 4 matters. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on May 15th at 8:30. One of your warrants had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500, and one had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,500. One had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. And then the last one had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. So your total secured appearance bond for all 5 matters is secured appearance $4,500. If you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure you appear for all your court dates and you comply with your release conditions. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of any bond you post. Warrants will be issued for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. So this takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left. Thank you. Mr. Cartucci, if you'll please come into the courtroom, and Mr. Rusk, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello.
Yayo Cartucci, January 27, 2000.
You were here today because you have 2 warrants that were issued when you failed to appear for a court date. An attorney was already appointed to represent you in these matters. We had a status conference hearing on May 14th at 8:30. One of the warrants has, I think they're both of the warrants have a cash bond of $1,000, so your total bond is cash $2,000. If you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure that you appear for your court dates. Failure to do so, and then just a reminder, you have a disposition hearing on May 14th at 8:30 on one case. Well, both of them, you have a disposition hearing on May 14th at 8:30. Failure to appear for your court date will result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. Warrants will issue again, and additional bond could be imposed. So that takes care of everything that I needed to advise you on today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rusk. And then Ms. Bab, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Nolan Trey Russ, 12/31 in 1993.
You are here today because you have, looks like 3 warrants were issued as a result of a revocation of probation. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in all 3 matters. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on May 15th at 8:30. Each warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount, well, 2 had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500, and 1 had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750. So your total secured appearance bond is $1,750. If you are able to post bond, you do need to appear for your court date. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. So that takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, if you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you.
Ms. Bab, will you please come into the courtroom? And Ms. Reed, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Georgina Bab, 5/28/71.
Thank you. You are here today because a warrant issued when you failed to appear for a court date. An attorney was already appointed to represent you in this matter. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on May 15th at 8:30. The warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $200. If you're able to post bond, you do need to make sure that you appear for your court date. Failure to do so would result in a warrant issuing for your arrest again, and the forfeiture of any bond that you posted. and an additional bond could be imposed. So that takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of today. If you have no questions for me, feel free to step to your left. The officer will give you your paperwork.
Is there any way that I could be OR'd? Just because, I was staying with my fiance's mom, and she's newly, been diagnosed with dementia. I think she threw away all my paperwork because I couldn't find it. And also my fiance, who is SMI, and we're homeless, is freaking out right now, and I know that.
So I'm looking that you were released, I believe,
I
the last time
promise I'll be at the next court date. I promise. On the 15th, you said?
It's on your paperwork has the court date as May 15th. You just need to go to court and take care of this.
Right.
So I'm imposing the bond, and I will just tell you, I'm looking at what the charges are, and I understand that addiction is hard and difficult.
I've gotten rid of the addiction. Well, not the addiction, but.
So, ma'am.
I'm no longer doing it.
I have empathy for what is going on. I don't think that failing to appear for court and having warrants issued, and you keep going through the cycle of getting arrested, being in jail, and you will always have some story or reason why you didn't come to court, instead of just going to court and taking care of it. So I am going to impose the bond. That's going to ensure that you go to court. This matter will likely be resolved when you go to court on May 15th, just based on the amount of the bond, but you need to go. And
I've done court before, and I've done probation. I've done it all.
Well, you're here because you weren't successul on probation. That's the reason.
No. In the past, I'm saying, not for this one.
When you were here, I can see your whole case. And the reason your next court date is for probation, revocation, possible disposition.
I'm not saying for this case, Your Honor. I'm saying in the past, I have done probation and everything, and I've completed it. I've successfully. I've also quit doing all my.
This case,
I've
and
also
I'm looking at what happened. I want you to be very clear, and then we're going to be done talking, because I think you don't understand that I can see the history of your case. I'm looking at the petition that was filed to revoke your probation. One of the issues is that you were not reporting to probation, so your whereabouts were unknown. The judge who signed it had empathy for your situation, and so when you came in April on that warrant after you had been missing for some months, that judicial officer had empathy for you and released you on your own repugnance, and you still did not come to court. You will only get so many chances, and things catch up to you. Today, things have caught up to you. So that's where you're at today. So if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Ms. Reed, will you please come to the courtroom? Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Jessica Reed, 5/15/95.
You were here today because 3 warrants were issued as a result of revocation of probation petition that was filed. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in all 3 matters. You do have, I'm sorry. No, that is. So 2 of them are for probation matters, and then you have, I believe it's a direct complaint, yes. So when I first talked to you about your direct complaint, you were charged with possession of a narcotic drug, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. The date of those alleged offenses is March 12th of 2024. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You will have a status conference hearing on May 14th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 16th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100. Then you have 2 other matters, and those were warrants were issued as a result of petitions filed for violation of probation. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in those matters as well. You have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on May 15th at 8:30. 1 warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. The other had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $550. So your total secured appearance bond between the 3 cases is $1,650. If you are able to post bonds, you do need to comply with your release conditions as well as appear for your court dates. Failure to do so would result in a forfeiture of any bond that you post warrants will issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I have to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, if you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Ms. O'Donnell, will you please come to the courtroom? And Ms. LaForge, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
My first name and last name is Lily Dale O'Donnell. My date of birth is May 14th, 2004.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of criminal damage, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of assault with intent to injure, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to both counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on May 22nd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 27th at 8:30. I am inclined to release you to pretrial services without bond. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, ma'am, I promise.
You do have the following release conditions. You will be released on electronic monitoring. You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim, and you cannot possess any weapons. If any orders of protection or orders against harassment have been issued or are subsequently issued, you must comply with those orders.
Yes, ma'am.
You cannot reside at the same location as the alleged victim, and you are permitted one civil standby with local law enforcement to assist you in collecting your essential belongings. Failure to comply within a victim contact order in this case could result in you being charged with aggravated harassment, which is a Class 6 felony. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court dates will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest, and a bond will be imposed. That takes care of everything that I have to advise you of. If you have no questions for me, you'll please step to your left. The officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Ms. LaForge, will you please come to the courtroom? And Mr. Bogue, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Ma'am, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Destiny LaForge, 01/05/2003.
You are here because of a warrant that was issued out of the East Mesa Justice Court. Due to the nature of the charge, you're not entitled to a court-appointed attorney. You do have an arraignment hearing on May 28th at 9 o'clock. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance, but you do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
Failure to appear for your court date will result in a bond being imposed. If you come here again if you get picked up on the warrant, a bond will be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, if you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you.
Mr. Bogue, if you'll please come into the courtroom, and Mr. Cody, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Matthew Bogue, July 17th, 1994.
You are here today because you have a warrant out of East Mesa Justice Court due to the nature of the, hold on a second. I have to fix this. I have to fix this one. Due to the nature of the charge, you are not entitled to a court-appointed attorney. You do have an arraignment hearing on May 28th at 9 o'clock, and I'm inclined to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Your Honor.
I do need to let you know that there was a note from the judges presiding over this with the recommended bond of $1,549. And I understand that the nature of the warrant is a failure to pay. You need to appear for your court date, and even if you cannot pay the whole fee, you just need to
Yes, ma'am.
chip away out of it, because you will always, they're going to keep issuing these warrants until you pay the.
I understand. I recently lost my job. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, you don't have to apologize to me. I'm not the one that, I'm not the one over your case. But this warrant was issued on September 11th of 2023.
What?
So, and it's for failing to pay.
Okay.
So you just need to go to your court date, and then you just need to start chipping away at what it is that you owe, or warrants are going to keep issuing for your arrest, and you're going to keep ending up in front of me.
Okay, thank you.
You understand?
You said I was OR?
I am releasing you today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So if you'll step to your left, the officer is going to give you your paperwork. Mr. Cody, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Hanson, will you please have a seat in the chair? Hello, sir. Can you please state your first, last name, and your date of birth?
Wyatt Cody, 0602 of 03.
You were here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia. Okay. I do need to change something on this one too. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
So you were charged with, okay, I've signed it. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony, 1 count of DUI involving liquor, drugs, vapors, or a combination, DUI with a BAC of .08 or more, class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of DUI or drugs and metabolite, a class 1 misdemeanor. I found probable cause as to all charges except for the possession of dangerous drugs. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a status conference hearing on May 22nd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 27th at 8:30. I am inclined to release you to pretrial services without bond. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, ma'am, I promise.
You have the following release conditions. You are going to be released to pretrial services where you will participate in drug and alcohol testing and monitoring. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court dates will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest and a bond would be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
That takes care of everything that I have to advise you of. If you have any questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork.
All right, thank you. Have a good one.
Mr. Hanson, will you please come into the courtroom? And Ms. Borrego, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
Good evening, Your Honor.
Hello. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth,
My name
Marlene?
is Matthew Hanson, March 18th, 1989.
You are here today on 2 matters. You have 1 new case and you have a warrant out of North Mesa Justice Court. We're going to first talk about your new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug, a class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to both counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on May 22nd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 27th at 8:30. As to your warrant out of North Mesa Justice Court, due to the nature of the offense, you're not entitled to a court-appointed attorney. You will have an arraignment on May 22nd at 1 p.m. As to the 2 cases, I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance today. You do have to promise to appear for your court dates. Do you promise to appear for your court date?
Yes, ma'am.
Failure to appear for your court dates or comply with your release conditions will result in warrants issuing for your arrest. Your warrant out of North Mesa Justice Court, that is a warrant that is based on, I believe, that is a warrant because you did not appear for a court date. So if you fail to appear for your court date on May 22nd, another warrant will issue. That bond will be $500. So it would be in your best interest to appear for that court date. So that takes care of everything that I have to advise you of today. If you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork. Ms. Borrego, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Gutierrez, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Ma'am, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Caroline Borrego, March 16, 1996.
You are here today because you have a warrant out of Goodyear Municipal Court. Due to the nature of the charge, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You do have an arraignment hearing on May 28th at 1 o'clock p.m. I'm inclined to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear for that court date?
Yes.
Failure to appear for your court date will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest and a bond will be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. If you have no questions for me, if you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Gutierrez, will you please come into the courtroom? Hello, sir. Can you please state your first, last name, and your date of birth?
Mike Gutierrez, 9/12/1990.
You are here today because you have a new case and then you have a warrant out of Tolleson Municipal Court. We're going to talk about your new case first. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug, a class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to both counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on May 22nd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 27th at 8:30. I'm inclined to release you to pretrial services without bond. And then as to your warrant,
It's very old.
out of Towson Municipal Court, due to the nature of the charge, you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You do have an arraignment hearing on May 19th at 8:30. Again, I'm inclined to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for your court dates in both matters. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court dates will result in warrants issuing for your arrest and a bond will be imposed. Do you understand?
Understand.
Okay, so if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Is the interpreter able to hear the court?
Yes, thank you for calling Language Line Solutions. This is Carla, ID number 393594. I'll be your Spanish interpreter today.
Thank you. Mr. Bautista Galicia, can you please state your first and last name?
Señor Bautista Galicia, ¿me puede declarar su primer nombre y apellido?
José Bautista Galicia.
José Bautista Galicia.
Sí.
And can you please state your date of birth?
¿Me puede declarar su fecha de nacimiento?
29 de octubre del año 95.
October 29 of 1995.
You were here on a new case?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
You are here for a new case?
¿Usted está aquí para un caso nuevo?
You were charged with one count of child sex trafficking, a Class 2 felony.
Usted tiene un cargo por tráfico de niños. I'm sorry, child trafficking, you said? I do apologize.
Yes, child sex trafficking.
Por tráfico de niños de sexo. Está usted aquí, le están poniendo este cargo.
A Class 2 felony.
Una felonía nivel 2.
And one count of attempted sexual conduct with a minor, a Class 3 felony.
Y un atento con un atento
I'm sorry, are you done? Hello? Did she hang up?
Me iban a asignar un abogado, ¿no? Oh, sorry.
Did you happen to write down her ID number? Do we have an interpreter present? Do we have an interpreter present?
Interpreter is on the line.
Can you please tell me your first name and your ID number?
Sure. It will be Anna, ANA. ID is 386593.
I would just ask that if anything happens where you are uncertain and you feel like you need to leave the hearing, can you please just advise the court prior to hanging up?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm just picking up where we left off. The last interpreter just left the hearing in the middle. So we're in the middle of a hearing right now. The second charge is attempted sexual conduct with a minor, a class 3 felony.
El segundo cargo es intento sexual de un menor, el cual es un delito mayor de clase 3. Okay?
I did find probable cause as to both counts.
Encontré causa probable en dos de los cargos. Go ahead.
I did appoint an attorney to represent you.
Le he puesto un abogado para que lo represente a usted. Go ahead.
You have a status conference hearing on May 14th at 8:30.
Va a tener una audiencia de conferencia de estatus el 14 de mayo a las 8:30. Go ahead.
You have a preliminary hearing on May 16th at 8:30.
Y tiene una audiencia preliminar el 16 de mayo a las 8:30.
You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100,000.
Tiene una fianza asegurada por la cantidad de $100,000.
If you are able to post bond, you'll be released to pretrial services.
Si usted puede pagar esa fianza, se le liberará para servicios prejuicios. Go ahead.
That will include electronic monitoring.
Eso incluiría un monitoreo electrónico.
You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime.
Usted no puede regresar a la escena donde se sucedió el crimen.
You cannot have any contact with minors.
Tampoco puede tener ningún contacto con menores. Go ahead.
You are prohibited from accessing the internet through any electronic means.
Se le prohíbe que tenga acceso al internet.
And you cannot possess any weapons.
Modo,
I'm so sorry, I didn't know you were still.
Modo, I'm sorry?
Did you need me to repeat it? I'm sorry, I thought you were done interpreting, so I'm not sure if I was talking while you were talking.
Yes, ma'am. Can you repeat the last one?
Okay. You cannot possess any weapons.
Thank you very much. I'll repeat the previous one and this one together. Ahora se le prohíbe que usted tenga acceso al internet de ningún método electrónico y también no puede tener posesión de ninguna arma. Go ahead.
Sí.
Failure to comply with your release conditions.
Si falla de cumplir de estas condiciones de liberación, go ahead.
and failure to appear for your court date,
Y si falla a presentarse a su fecha que le toca con la corte, go ahead,
will result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post,
va a resultar en la perpetuidad de cualquier fianza que usted pague. Go ahead.
a warrant would issue for your arrest,
Y se le enviará one moment. Se le enviará una orden para arrestarlo. Go ahead.
Sí.
This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening.
Esto se encarga de todo lo que necesitaba dejarle saber esta noche.
If you have no questions for me,
Si tiene preguntas para mí, go ahead.
Sí.
I would caution you that your questions should only be related to your release conditions.
Le debo dejar saber que sus preguntas solo deben de ser relacionadas con las condiciones de su liberación. Go ahead.
Any questions regarding the facts of your case?
Cualquier pregunta con respecto a los hechos de su caso, go ahead.
Should be directed to the attorney that I just appointed to represent you.
Deben de ser dirigidas al abogado que le hemos asignado para que lo represente.
Sí. Sí.
Do you still have a question?
¿Aún tiene preguntas?
Sí, ahorita la fecha que usted me dejó, me dijo el 14 y el 16. ¿Me voy a salir de aquí o me voy a quedar y volvemos a tocar el tema del 14 y el 16? ¿O me voy a ir y regreso el 14 y el 16?
The date that you mentioned, the 14th and the 16th, will I be released from here and then return on the 14th or 16th, or am I going to be staying here and we'll come back to this on the 14th and 16th?
You will stay in the custody of the sheriff's office
Usted se quedará en custodia de la oficina del sheriff. Go ahead.
if you're not able to post bond.
Y eso es si usted no puede pagar la fianza.
The sheriff's office will transport you to your court date.
Y la oficina del sheriff lo va a transportar a usted cuando le toque la fecha de corte.
Ok. Disculpe, otra palabra más. Si no lo pago, ¿cuántos años tengo que pasar aquí?
My apologies. Another question. If I'm not able to pay that, how many years will I have to spend in here?
We're not at that point. You're at the beginning of your case.
Todavía no hemos llegado a ese punto. Apenas está usted en el principio de su caso.
Your attorney will advise you on what it may, if there's any, your attorney can file motions with the court to modify your bond.
Nuestro abogado puede hacer moción con la corte para modificar su fianza. Go ahead.
Your attorney will represent you as this case goes through the court system.
Su abogado lo va a estar representando mientras el caso atraviesa el sistema de corte.
So today is your first day of your case.
El día de hoy es solo el primer día de su caso.
Ok, y otra pregunta. Ahorita, si lo pago ese dinero, lo que me pide, ¿me dejaría salir para buscar dinero, para conseguirlo?
Now I have a question. If I am able to pay that amount of money that is being requested, would you release me so I can try to gather that money?
The way that bond works is that you have to pay 10% of the bond that I ordered.
La manera que funcionan las fianzas es que usted tiene que pagar un 10% de la cantidad que se le ordenó de esa fianza.
You cannot be released without paying that bond.
Usted no puede ser liberado sin que usted haya pagado esa fianza.
There is information for different bond companies.
Hay información para compañías de fianza diferentes, go ahead,
That the deputies will be able to point you in the direction of.
los oficiales van a poder indicarle en la dirección donde debe de ir.
I believe that that is all that I can answer at this time, so I am going to go ahead and conclude your hearing if you will step to your left.
Creo que es todo lo que puedo contestar por este momento. Vamos a culminar con su audiencia. Puede pasar hacia el lado izquierdo.
The officer will give you your paperwork.
El oficial le estará dando su papeleo.
Madam Interpreter, thank you so much. You may be excused.
It was a pleasure. Thank you for using our services. Have a great one. Bye-bye.
All right. This concludes our 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar. We stand in recess until 8 p.m.